Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live today from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios. It is the final Titans Monday of the 2024 football season. Thank God. What an unmitigated disaster that season was. Ian is here today. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
So we just heard from Brian Callahan about 35 minutes in which he broke down the season, said that it was a disappointing season. He has to be better, says he has no interest in repeating this season. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. And again, I don't know if Callahan's keeping his job or not. Everybody is convinced Callahan's keeping his job. I don't know that. I assume he's keeping his job. I don't think just because he did the press conference, he's keeping his job. Mike Mularkey did a press conference, and he didn't keep his job. But again, I do think Callahan's probably going to keep his job. If you repeat this season, you're out, I would think. Now, there'll still be some crybabies in the media that will defend you the way they're defending the general manager right now. But if you repeat this season, you're out. So when he says, I have no interest in repeating this season, don't worry. You won't, because you'll be fired. Secondly, in the press conference, there was one biggie in there that he was asked about. Number one, and he did this yesterday in his post-game press conference. He did this today. He avoided Ran Carthon and Chad Brinker as much as he physically could. He did not mention them yesterday. He did not mention them today until he was asked specifically about them coming back. And even then, he wasn't touching that with a 10-foot pole, saying, oh, I'm not focused on that. I know all the conjecture. I've been busy working. But there was one biggie in that press conference that stood out to me. And he was asked about talking to Amy. And he said that his talk with Amy has not happened yet. That talk will come later in the week. Now, when it comes to Amy, and when it comes to the way she does things, there is now a pattern that people have kind of established with her inside that building. It's kind of like Tony Soprano, if you watch The Sopranos, when he's getting ready to make a hit. When somebody's in trouble, Amy doesn't show up. Amy's not around the facility. Amy's not talking to the coaches. I had somebody tell me last year, and I don't know if this was in one of those stories. The Tennessean did one, and then the Athletic did one, where they kind of broke down the Vrabel-Amy firing. And in it, they say, Vrabel noticed that Amy had left the Miami game early, and Vrabel didn't see Amy on the field before the Jacksonville game last year. Well, I was told, and again, I don't know if they met last week or if they plan to meet, but normally with Amy, it's hey, we want to have a meeting. This is what we want to talk about. And the fact that Brian Callahan hasn't talked to the owner yet, that's not a good sign for him. That's not a good sign for the organization as far as everybody keeping their job. So we'll just keep that in mind. There is something that I am hearing that I will get to, and it is juicy. And I wouldn't say it's a report, but I'd say it's pretty close to one, which we'll get to in just a second. But I want to kind of start by wrapping all of this in a bow. I want to wrap 2024, the season, up in a bow before we move to what's happening with Ran, which is the number one topic here. You know what I think. It's time to clean house. This is the perfect time to do it. You've hit absolute rock bottom. You are awful beyond belief. You won one division game this year. You've got fan bases in your own division that are upset that they're not firing their general manager and coach, or in the case of Jacksonville, their general manager. And both Indy and Jacksonville swept you. It couldn't be worse than this. I guess it could be worse if the Patriots had lost yesterday. You had the number 2 pick instead of the number 1 pick. So at least one good thing happened. You got the number 1 pick, which again had nothing to do with you. All New England doing their thing. But I want to start with this. I want to address this first, which is the 2024 season, the one that we just had, could not have gone any worse. It could not have gone worse for Ran Carthon. It could not have gone worse for Brian Callahan. And I will say it could not have gone worse for Amy Adams Strunk. The only way it could have gone worse for Amy Adams Strunk is if Mike Vrabel had been hired by another team last offseason and Mike Vrabel was winning the Super Bowl with that team. That's the only way that it could have gone worse. You didn't win any meaningful games this year. You did not improve your record. In fact, it was significantly worse. You had a young quarterback that you were hopeful could develop into a franchise quarterback. He's a bust. You spent $228.2 million according to ESPN, and it got you nothing. You traded a third-round draft choice, which we now know will be at the very top of the third round. It will be a top 70 pick in the draft. And you traded it for a corner with injury concerns who played in 5 games. You lost every meaningful game. You lost to coaches like Matt Eberflus in Chicago. You lost to Robert Saleh in New York, Doug Peterson in Jacksonville, coaches that had been fired. One of your wins was against the second worst team in the league, arguably the Patriots. You won that game at home in overtime. Your fans stopped showing up to games, which led to a Viking takeover in which Minnesota occupied 80% of the stadium. Yesterday, when they had the moment of silence for New Orleans and they showed the crowd shot, there was nobody at the game. Nobody was there. This could not have been worse. And I keep going back to last year because not keeping Mike Vrabel is something a lot of people are going to harp on, especially as Vrabel gets another job, and it's probably going to be the Patriots, and all they're going to talk about with Vrabel is don't blame him for Tennessee. And there is some truth to that. But Vrabel was not completely innocent around here either. I said at the time, it's time to move on. But I also meant it's time to clean house. It's time to start over. It's time to really rip up the foundation. And everybody told me no. I said, you can't do that, Jared. You're racist. You want to fire an African-American general manager after only one season. You're racist. And I said, I'm not racist, but I recognize competence when it comes to an organization. And you all said, let Rand cook, baby. And Rand got promoted. And Chad got promoted, and I don't know why they got promoted, and I don't know what the deal. They got to pick their hand-picked coach. They got to draft a quarterback. They got to spend $228 million of the owner's money in free agency. They got to do the interviews and claim that they checked every box. They told everybody how great it was going to be. And they're the worst team in ball. Period. Again, it couldn't have gone worse than it did last year. They used the 7th pick on the left tackle. They spent $50 million at center. They gave up 52 sacks this year. You know, last year with Dillard and Duncan and Vrabel and Hodling and Scarbini, they gave up 49. So with Bill Callahan coaching the offensive line, they gave up more sacks this year than they did last year. There's no hope at the quarterback position. Blake Bedingfield, the former Titans director of college scouting, who writes at paulkaharski.com, already broke down the 2 quarterbacks. He said Cam Ward is probably a top 20, 25 pick, you know, as in he's like the 25th pick in the draft, and Shedeur Sanders is a second rounder. That's what you're going to bank your hopes on? So, again, 2024, which really started when Mike Vrabel got fired 1 year ago today, although 1 year ago tomorrow because they waited until Tuesday. 1 year ago tomorrow, it really started. The Amy way. J-Rob gone. Vrabel gone. Collaboration in. Ran, Chad, then they'd add Callahan. They sat around the campfire. They sang Kumbaya. They told everybody how good this team was going to be. They spent the money in free agency. They got the weapons for the young quarterback. They were excited. They thought he was going to be a franchise quarterback. There was a quote in a Sports Illustrated article from the spring where Brian Callahan said he did his homework on Will Levis, and he told Rand Carthon, like, yeah, let's do some due diligence, but I don't think any of these guys in the draft are better than Levis. Have you seen Bo Nix play? So again, you can make any excuse you want. And it is amazing to me the amount of ball washing that has been going on by the local media, and it's not everybody in the local media, but it's about half, making every excuse in the book for why this team was so bad. And you can, again, is it John Robinson's fault? Is it Mike Vrabel's fault? Is it Jared Stillman's fault? I mean, if you want to argue it, you can. But again, this team was the worst team in the NFL. That's not a question. That's not an item for debate. It is reality. You are picking in the league. And it did not work. You got worse. This regime drafted a quarterback and got to pick a coach to coach him. And he's already a bust. So, again, outside of the fact that the stadium didn't collapse, I'm not sure 2024 could have been any worse than it actually was. And that's why I cannot get over the fact that I hear all these people talking about, well, yeah, it was bad. But, you have to understand that, again, it couldn't possibly be worse. If you had asked Rand Carthon, Chad Brinker, and Brian Callahan to do a worse job, I don't think they could do it. That's why I don't understand this infatuation with patience. Because when I hear people talk about patience, what I really hear is incompetence. That's what the Titans are. A year ago, when Vrabel got fired and Rand Carthon got put out there and delivered an all-timer of a horrendous press conference. We call it the ball didn't bounce our way press conference because we thought Rand was stupid enough to do that one time. We didn't think he was dumb enough to do it twice. But when Rand got up there and gave that all-timer of a horrendous press conference, I called him incompetent. And people said, that's racist. You've got a personal vendetta. You don't understand. You'll see. Give him a chance. And I'm not just talking about people like Johnny Joe on Twitter. I'm talking about people who matter in that organization who called me and said, you will see, Jared. You will see. Give him a chance. Don't listen to the Vrabel people in the building. The Vrabel people don't know what they're talking about. Listen to our people because our people know. Rand Carthon, in fact, Rand had to try to dumb things down for Vrabel. But now that Rand's doing it his way, you'll see. And I said in that phone call, I said, look, one of us is going to be right, one of us is going to be wrong. Well, here we are a year later. And again, you are the worst team in the NFL. You set a record with 15 losses against the spread. That means that Las Vegas analyzed your odds of winning and losing every game and figured you were going to lose most of these games. But when they figured you'd lose by 5, you lost by 25. When they figured you'd lose by 6, you lost by 26. You were 2-15 against the spread. That's awful. That's never happened before, that a team has underperformed weekly expectations by as much as the Titans have. And again, when it comes to, well, they didn't show anything. Everything about the team is worse than it was a year ago. Everything about it is significantly worse than it was the day Amy decided to start us on this path when she fired John Robinson because apparently 7-5 in first place wasn't good enough around here. 7 wins, which is more than double the amount of wins that you had in 2024. And if I had said 1 year ago today, when I was saying that Rand Carthon is incompetent and I would fire him and I would not entrust him with the organization going forward and I would not have let him use the 7th overall pick and I would not have let him spend $228 million. If I had said, you know what, this time next year, you're going to be the worst team in the league. You're going to be worse than the Patriots. You're going to be worse than the Broncos. You're going to be worse than the Commanders. You're going to be worse than Carolina. If I had said that, you would have said, there's no way, you're a hater. But here we are. Here we are. 1 year later, Vrabel's gone, Robinson's gone, and again, those guys weren't perfect, but so was any semblance of anybody involved in this organization having an effing clue as to what they're doing. So I hope Amy can look back on 2024 and she can say, that was so bad, it's time to hit the reset button. We shall see. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, and we will get to your phones today. Coming up next, what I am currently hearing as far as the hierarchy of the Titans is concerned. We'll do that next. Stillman and Company on a Titans Monday, 1025 The Game.
anticipate Ryan and Chad are back in their current roles as of now?
Again, I've been focused solely on the players getting out of the building this week. I know that's all the conjecture out there. Until someone tells me differently, yeah, I do. But again, that's not. I haven't had those conversations with anybody yet. I've been in my office meeting players all morning. So anything else that's out there, I wouldn't be aware of. So other than that, I expect business as usual.
That was Brian Callahan today. I'll tell you, he is not touching the Chad Brinker, Rand Carthon thing with a 10-foot pole. Yesterday, he talked about, we're going to do this better next year. We're going to focus. We're going to work hard. And it was never like, Rand and I are going to get together and hatch a plan and we're going to lock arms with Chad and hell no. So then finally he gets asked about Rand and Chad, like, hey, do you expect Rand and Chad back? And he said, yeah, man, look, man, I've just been working. Like, I've just been at my desk. I haven't been fine. I know everybody's talking. I know everybody's there, but I don't have it. Yeah. Basically, it's like going to the video store back when those used to exist, saying, hey, why don't you get any copies of Die Hard? Dude, I just work here. I'm 17 years old. That's what that is. He's like, yeah, I just work here, man. Like, I'm not in charge of that. And again, he says he knows that is what the conjecture is about. Adam Schefter yesterday said the owner was not happy. Adam Schefter said that there could be some changes, but with Callahan leaning safe, we shall see. As yesterday went on, I'm just going to say it. Like, I'm just going to put it out there. Again, if TD and Paul can say, hey, we're not going to report that there aren't going to be major changes, but this is what we're hearing, then consider this the same of, hey, this is just what I've heard over the last 24 hours. I hear Rand's getting fired. That is what all the conjecture is right now, all the talk behind the scenes that I have had with people that either would know or people who have demonstrated to me in the past that they're in the know is that Rand Carthon is getting fired. And I think that, again, would align with the Adam Schefter report yesterday, and Josina Anderson had a report yesterday, and I was texting Adam Vingan, and I was saying, like, hey, dude, I'm hearing Rand's getting fired. And about 10 minutes later, Josina Anderson put out the report. I think it was something along the lines of, there's a lot of chatter around the league about a development with the GM position with the Titans. From these same people that told me, yeah, I'm pretty sure Rand's getting fired. Nobody would say it for sure, though. Like, nobody would say, yes, Rand's getting fired, and I know it 100%. I heard about 90%. It was like, yeah, it's 90%. He's getting fired. When it came to Callahan, I heard everybody seems to think he's safe. That Callahan's not getting fired, that Callahan will be the coach, and he's safe. Then I asked about Brinker, and I was told that's the mystery. So the mystery is, what are they going to do with Chad Brinker? But from everybody I talked to last night, and again, it wasn't like I talked to 18 people, but it was probably about 3 or 4. Everybody's hearing that Rand Carthon's getting fired. And I'm a little surprised that it hasn't already happened. I made a big deal about this on the pregame show yesterday, and I talked about this on Twitter last night, but I said, if she's bringing the band back together, and if she knows she's bringing the band back together for another year, there would have been a statement released at 5 o'clock on Sunday night. Buck Rising, and I got to give Buck credit because I've been on his ass. Just like I have been with Joe, because Joe Rexroad, every time it's like, do you think they should keep Carthon and Brinker? It's, well, Amy should have better information than us, and Amy should have just yes or no. I don't agree with anything that Derek and Willie say on the midday show, but at least they say, yes, bring them back. Yes or no. And Buck told me, he's like, I'll wait until after the season to make a comment on what I think. And I said to Buck, I said, what's going to happen is if she brings them back, there's going to be a statement released at 5 or 6 o'clock. And so you're not going to have to put it out there, but I'll give him credit because he did say today he'd fire him. So I got to give credit where credit is due. But again, I kept monitoring statements. Was there one at 5 o'clock? Was there one at 6 o'clock? Was there one at 7 o'clock? And it's funny because Adam Vingan, he's kind of new to the game. Adam Vingan's used to hockey. Because Adam was like, why would they release a statement if everybody's coming back? And then immediately, The Giants released a statement. The Colts released a statement. Everybody started releasing statements. The Colts knew they were bringing the band back together. So when the Colts, again, when they had this situation, season's over, they knew they were bringing everybody back together. They knew the fans weren't going to like it. Bam! Here comes a statement from Jim Irsay. I know the fans aren't going to like this very much, but for some reason, I just think Chris Ballard is an unbelievable general manager, though we don't ever win anything with him as the GM. He's just great, was essentially the statement that Irsay released. And so last night I kept waiting because I'm like, if she's bringing the band back together, there will be a statement. This ain't going to be Amy Adams Strunk doing a press conference. Though shout out to Shad Khan in Jacksonville did a press conference, though I think he did something stupid. John Merrill with the Giants did a press conference, though I think what he did was stupid. Robert Kraft today did a press conference. I don't really have an opinion on Gerard Mayo one way or another over there. But the owners are doing press, but Amy's not doing that. So I knew that if it was for sure everybody's coming back, we would have had a statement. We didn't have a statement last night. Again, this time last year, remember, she fired Vrabel on a Tuesday. This time last year, there was a lot of talk. And I came on the air and I said, I'm hearing Mike Vrabel's out. And I'm hearing Vrabel's got a list of demands that he's going to go to the owner with, and he's going to say, hey, I want more defined roles for Chad Brinker and Anthony Robinson, and I want somebody to come in over Rand and I to be kind of the president of football operations. And this, if you want me to be the coach, this is what I want. And it never got to that because Vrabel got called in on Tuesday and got fired. And so, again, what I heard yesterday is I heard Rand Carthon's getting fired. If you look at my Twitter, I tweeted out, does anybody know where I can get a chef's hat? And then I said, we will be cooking at 2:00 tomorrow because I did figure based off of what I was hearing. And maybe I'm getting bad info. I don't know. But everything I heard yesterday is Rand Carthon's getting fired. And again, I'm in favor of that. I tweeted this out yesterday. Again, the Brinker thing is very important to me because if you get rid of Rand, but you just make Chad Brinker the guy in charge of everything, well, that's just to me, that's the same as keeping Rand. I mean, they're two peas in a pod. They're snake oil con artists, snake oil salesmen that get up there and do these podcast interviews and tell you how great everything is and tell you how awesome they are and tell you about their analytics and the injury prevention model based off the AI cancer curing thing he learned at his fancy hoity-toity business school. And then they go and trade for L'Jarius Sneed. And so it's like, okay. But, and I hear Callahan sitting there talking to this press conference about, well, we got some guys out there in free agency, but they all got hurt. Well, what happened to our hoity-toity AI cancer model? Bullcrap. So if it's just to make Brinker, I'm not for that. I do not think Callahan's a very good coach. I'm just going to tell you what it is. I'm rooting for him, but I'm betting against him because I think I don't think he can hold people accountable, quite frankly. And I'm not sure I saw a single good thing other than being a nice guy. I'm not sure I saw a single good thing out of Brian Callahan this year, like a single good coaching moment. I'm not sure I saw a player develop that outperformed what the expectations for that player was. I'm not sure I saw a moment where Brian Callahan stood up and earned respect and where I didn't see any of that. And the offense sucked, and the quarterback that he was handpicked to develop was awful. So, again, I just wipe the slate clean or bring in a new GM and let him pick on Callahan. I don't care either way. But what I will do, even though I don't think Brian Callahan can coach, what I will do is I will accept, get rid of the GM, get rid of Brinker, and I'll settle for Callahan out of court. Callahan stays the coach, but you get people that have a clue running the operation. So again, who knows with Amy what's going to happen or what's going to go down or I keep hearing, well, if Callahan's doing the press conference, he must be safe. Mike Mularkey did his press conference and then he got fired. So with the Titans, you never know. But again, What all the chatter was yesterday on my end was that Rand was getting fired. And I'm a little surprised that at 2:41 today, we do not have that confirmation that he is in fact getting fired, because that's how adamant. I mean, I had somebody text me on, I wrote it down, November 3rd, which Ian, I think was probably the Patriots game. I can't remember November 3rd. I had somebody text me on November 3rd.
That
and
is
they
correct.
They said she's done with Rand. And that was November 3rd. Again, all the chatter yesterday was he's getting fired. And so I'm surprised that we haven't gotten there yet. 615-737-1025. So that's what I am hearing. Again, Brinker is the big question mark. What happens with him? Callahan, it seems, according to everybody I talked to, is safe. Rand's probably out. What about Chad? Your phones, 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. Let's just get right into them. Your reaction on a Titans Monday, Stillman and Company. It's 1025 The Game.
ultimately, got to continue to find ways to get better. We got to eliminate the things that we did poorly. We got to find ways to keep adding good players to our roster, which I think we added good players last year. We're going to add another cycle full of good players, and then we got to keep pushing forward. Ultimately, I have to do a better job as a head coach, so we're not in this position again at any point. Don't have any interest in repeating this season, although there's lots of things to glean from it lessons-wise. I don't want to be here again or be in this position again, and I'm fully determined and resolved to get us to a point where we don't have to talk about how many games we've lost. We can talk about how many games we've won, and that's my goal to get there.
I have no interest in repeating this season. Well, trust me, don't worry, you won't. You'll be fired. All right, let's get to phones on a Titans Monday Reaction Monday, 615-737-1025. Again, it could not have been worse for the Titans this year. And not only could it not have been worse, like you're the worst team in the league, you didn't win any meaningful games, your GM is a dope, the analytics president of football operations, the money you guys spent in free agency was terrible, your coach was awful, your quarterback's a bust, you have the number one pick in a year in which apparently it's a really weak draft. That's also bad. Let's go to your phones, which are by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Michael is up next here on the program. Michael, thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. And firstly, congrats to Ian for being the most correct of all the predictions, even though this for Jeopardy, or not Jeopardy, but if Price is Right, he would have been over the dollar amount predicting.
Is that not amazing? Ian got raked through the coals for expecting 4 wins this year out of the Titans. And they didn't even beat that.
Overshot it.
Thank you,
Unbelievable.
Michael. Yeah, and so back to my point, the old adage goes, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. If this group comes back again, I'm not getting fooled again, because I'm just going to be completely checked out of next season already if we hear in the next couple of days that this group is coming back, or they half-ass it and only fire one person, because the old Greek myth goes with the Hydra, you got to cut off one head or else 2 more grow back. You got to burn the stump after you cut it off, so that problem doesn't happen. And firing one of the 2 or the 3, whatever, Carthon, Callahan, everybody, it's just cutting off one head and 2 more growing back. It's just going to be problems if you don't get it all done in one go. And if any of them come back in any sort of capacity, I'm just going to be completely checked out of next season already, regardless of what happens with the draft, free agency, whatever it is.
So I'm here to tell you that all indications, thank you for the call, Michael. And again, I'm not reporting this, but what everybody that has reported it, all indications are Brian Callahan's coming back. So when you're like, hey, we got a clean house, and if any of them come back, I'm done with it. Well, get ready that Callahan's coming back. Here's what I will say, though. I think that 98% of what he said is true and is the right belief and is the right and everything, which is, I mean, this past year was a waste of a year. This time last year, again, I will keep just banging the table on the fact that this time last year, I said it's time to start over. It's time to hit the reset button. It's time to clean house. Jared, you are a racist. How could you say that about Rand Carthon? He's only had 1 year. And I said, well, he had 1 year to come in here to work with Mike Vrabel. That's what he signed up to do. And obviously they didn't do that very well. And by the way, remember all the sunshine pumping? They brought TD into the facility and had TD sit down with both of them, Vrabel and Carthon. And they talked about how buddy-buddy they were and how much they loved working together. And Rand Carthon went on bussing with the boys, and he told the boys that his son cried when they fired Mike Vrabel, and his daughter's picture on her phone was Mike Vrabel, and it was so hard. And now there's a story in The Athletic where Mike Vrabel's basically like, the reason it didn't work in Tennessee is because they put that dope with me. That's why. Amazing. But I thought they told TD it was all sunshine and rainbows. It was kumbaya in the facility. Rand even said after they fired Vrabel, they were in lockstep on everything. Well, it can't be both, right? But I said this time last year, it's time to clean house. Fire him. I'm not racist. I just want the Titans to be good. That's all I care about. And I just kept saying, it's time. And everybody said no. And again, We did it your way. It was a waste of a year. There is no tangible benefit to what happened this past season, at least not yet. Now, if TD's right and Shedeur Sanders is CJ Stroud and he becomes a star, then maybe we look back on this and say, thank God they had that horrible season because it got them this great quarterback. But again, that's a really big if. Where we sit today, there was not one single tangible benefit to this past season. And everybody really knew it deep down inside, unless you're one of these morons that wants to bury their head in the sand and say, la, 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 John Robinson screwed everything up. Don't blame anybody else. La, la, la. You knew it when Malik Willis came in here and absolutely wrecked you. You knew it. Malik, you knew it. Let's go to Malika, who is up next here on the program. And by the way, while I'm claiming credit for how right I have been this year, which, again, darn near 100%, right tackle, Brian Callahan got up there today and vowed that there will be a new right tackle on this team. I think I'm going to have to tell him the story again. Malika, you're up next. Go ahead.
Happy New Year, Mr. Stillman, sir. I love your show. Here's the thing. We just should have fired everyone. We should have done what New England's done, but it's a disappointment. Callahan, I like you as a person, as a coach. You are a loser. Carson, you are a loser. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Happy New Year, Mr. Stillman.
Yep, I do not disagree with anything you just said. And how about that, by the way? You know, I keep getting told what I can't do. I keep getting told, you can't fire a coach after 1 year. That's not fair. And I'm like, Robert Kraft, who I believe has the most Super Bowls of any owner in the history of the NFL, just fired a coach after 1 year. So he can do it, but I can't. You can't fire somebody after the Texans that just came in here and beat you. They fired David Culley after 1 year and Lovie Smith after 1 year. They're going to the playoffs. You're not. San Francisco's been to 2 Super Bowls. They fired everybody after 1 year. You can't. No, what you can't do is fire a general manager that's won back-to-back division titles and is his route to a third in the middle of the season. That's what you really can't do. Like that's what you can't do. And they did it. So don't tell me what I can't do when Robert Kraft's going out there and doing the exact same thing. It's unbelievable. A texter just asked if that was Amy that called in. Boy, I'll tell you, I don't think Amy's calling in anytime soon. So I would be a little surprised. Though I am, again, let me say this, because I do have a lot of criticism for Amy, because quite frankly, again, this is a show that tells the truth. This is not a show that wants to be friends with everybody. Amy's the problem, and everybody knows it. I said that after the Green Bay game. I said it starts at the top. This is Amy's handpicked general manager. He sucks. This is Amy's promoted president of football operations. He sucks. This is Amy's coach. He's a nice guy. He sucks. I mean, it is what it is. It was Amy's quarterback. Amy's future son-in-law is in the front office and is best buddies with Will Levis. They're out there golfing on Instagram, and her quarterback sucks. But again, I do know Amy's got a heart of gold inside because of the way she treated Floyd at the end, and I know she wants to win. And I know that she and I want the same thing for the Titans. We want them to be great. She just got to get out of the way because, quite frankly, she's causing a lot of these problems. 615-737-1025. We'll get into more of your phones at 615-737-1025. Plus, again, it's really frustrating, like how many people just ignored what they saw this year. But there's one thing that I can't get over, and so I'm just going to lay it out there, and then we go on. We'll do it next. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game. Again, that's 615-737-1025 if you want to weigh in here on the program today. Tomorrow is your chance to participate in Preds Pick to Click. If you correctly guess a Preds player that scores a goal in the game tomorrow night, you win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Preds game. Participate with Robbie and Rexro tomorrow morning at 8:45 a.m. Stillman and Company, 1025, 1063 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios on a Titans Monday. Again, unlike the Giants, the Dolphins, the Colts, there has not been a statement put out from the owner saying that everybody is coming back. And last night, all the chatter was Rand Carthon's getting fired. Again, I don't know. Somebody that, again, has been proven right in the past told me 90% Carthon's out. Now, Blake just texted in, and Blake said that Amy Adams-Strunk's plane left for Houston this morning. Blake said Amy's plane went back to Houston this morning. I can't confirm that she was on it, but it would be strange if she was not. What does that mean? I guess she got out of town as soon as she could. I said, are we for sure? Said the plane is in Houston and arrived about 1:30. And it left B&A a little bit before 11 a.m. per the flight tracker site. So, Ian, is that a sign that Rand Carthon's staying? We know she fired John Robinson over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
She fired Mike Vrabel in person.
I don't know. Good question.
But is that a sign that everybody's safe, that Amy Adams-Strunk has left, apparently, according to Blake, and she has departed back for Houston?
Maybe she's relayed information before she left.
You think maybe she's fired Rand and we just don't know about it?
Possible.
Or do you think that she's told? Because remember, Chad Brinker is technically above Rand, and Burke Nihill, who does a lot of Amy's dirty work, is technically above.
Yeah, sure. You can, just make your muscle do it.
So, again, we shall see. Again, what's the rule of being mob boss? You never want to be there when the hit goes down. Although she was there when they fired Vrabel. And maybe it was because Vrabel was so popular she had to be. But she was not there when they fired Robinson. So I know a lot of people think that I hate the Titans, which is unbelievable considering how much I love the Titans and how long I've been a fan of the Titans for and how I will always be a fan of the Titans. Again, these guys, these coaches and players, they'll be gone soon enough. But I'll always be a Tennessee Titan fan. But my thing is this. I view my job like that of an umpire, calling balls and strikes. If the pitch crosses the plate, strike one. If it's outside the box, we call it how it is. Now, again, everybody's strike zone is going to be a little bit different. Some umpires give the corner, some go up, some go low. But for me, I'd like to think I'm a pretty fair umpire. So I'm going to talk for a second about Brian Callahan. Because, again, all indications are Brian Callahan's job is safe. And that's not something that I'm going to lose my bacon over. But if you were to evaluate the year with which Brian Callahan has had as the head coach of the Titans, I'm not sure he did a single good thing in 2024. Except be a nice guy. And I know this. We would love for the coach of the Titans to be a nice guy and win a lot. Those don't really exist that much, but I bet it is fun when Jay Wright is your basketball coach. Jay Wright, good guy, very nice. Everybody loves him. And boy, could he coach basketball. But if your choice was nice guy as head coach, but he never wins and he can't coach, or complete and total a-hole, well, I went to a school where we had Bobby Petrino coach football and Rick Pitino coach basketball. And I would take that over losing every game, as embarrassing as that is. So outside of being a nice guy, which Brian Callahan is, and it's not just for show, and it's not just with the media, Brian Callahan is a very, very nice guy. Brian Callahan's family, his wife and his kids, very nice people. We vacationed in the Bahamas this summer. We ran into the Callahans. And again, I'm not there to buddy up with the coach, but hey, good to see you. How you been? Brian Callahan, very nice guy. Family, very nice people. But again, this is business. And this year, I'm not sure Brian Callahan did a single good thing as coach of the Titans. I thought his coaching staff was abysmal. No experience on it outside of Bill Callahan. And his special teams coordinator in over his head cost him the first game. How different would the season have been if they didn't get that punt blocked against Chicago? But it was obvious after week 2, Colt Anderson, he didn't have a clue. Then when it came to the collaboration on the roster and the development of the quarterback and everything else, Brian Callahan never really held Will Levis accountable during the offseason. They'd have a bad day 7-on-7. Well, Denard's defense is really good. He'd throw an interception in the 2-minute drill. Will Levis took 1 rep across 2 days of practice against the Seattle Seahawks in the 2-minute drill. You want to know where quarterbacks win games? In the 4th quarter, on 3rd down, and in the 2-minute drill. Will Levis, in 2 days of joint practices with the Seahawks, got 1 rep in the 2-minute drill. It was an interception by Devin Witherspoon. Did Brian Callahan say, all right, guys, get back out there and get it right? Nope. He said, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Made excuses during training camp. Ridley and Levis aren't connecting because it was hot outside. Spent the whole offseason saying that Nicholas Petit-Frere, a.k.a.
PT.
PT, could do it, even though they never held PT accountable to actually get on the field until midway through training camp. And we haven't even gotten out of September yet. Brian Callahan's number 1 job was to develop the quarterback. They're ready to move on from the quarterback now. So he didn't do that. Did Brian Callahan, in your opinion, completely out-scheme guys up and down the field? No. Did Brian Callahan, at any point this year, have a strategic moment a la Mike Vrabel against the New York Jets or the Houston Texans when he ran the extra guy on the field and took the 12 men on the field penalty in order to give the other team a 1st down so the Titans could save a timeout and they could use it to get the ball back and win the game? Did he ever have a moment like Mike Vrabel in the playoffs against the Patriots where they used that loophole in the rule book in order to allow the time to run off? No. Brian Callahan's coaches didn't even know the rules. Go back to Miami. The onside kicking, and Colt Anderson doesn't even know the rules. There was too much happy talk all year. Not enough accountability. Not enough when he took the job, setting fair expectations for the fans, which is a big job for every coach. And again, when it came to developing young players, we don't even know if the 7th overall pick they have, we don't even know if he's a left tackle. The 38th pick, who again didn't sack the quarterback this year, they said, we can develop him into a pass rusher. They didn't. Now people have just resigned themselves to, well, he's never going to rush the passer, so it's okay. Again, where's the emerging young talent? Where are the guys that Mike Vrabel had on this team that he wasn't getting enough out of that Brian Callahan has developed into stars? Doesn't exist. Coaching staff's a mess. Defense never got an important stop this year. So again, I like Brian Callahan. He's a good man. And my biggest issue, I will always think that the people that pick the players are more important than the coach. Maybe it's because I worked with a former general manager. Maybe it's because, again, he told me if he could pick between a good scouting staff or a good coaching staff, he'd take a good scouting staff any day of the week. But the reality is, outside of being a nice guy, I'm not sure Brian Callahan did anything good this year. And I thought that in life, you had to earn the right to keep your job. But instead, it's like, well, you got to give him more than a year so that we can see if he can do something right next year, because he didn't do anything right this year. And again, I like Callahan. I'm rooting for Callahan, but I'm just calling balls and strikes the way I see it. And I don't think that guy did anything right this year. 615-737-1025, and he's not the only one. And he probably would have benefited from an experienced general manager who probably could have held his hand a little bit, helped him out, and instead he had Opie and Dopey, the snake oil salesman, running the operation. 615-737-1025 here on the program if you want to weigh in. Again, that 615-737-1025. Brian Callahan's press conference was interesting. Again, with Callahan, there's never really any controversy because he's a nice guy. There's never any, Vrabel getting into it with people. But Brian Callahan was asked a question that I don't feel like I don't want to say answered truthfully, but he did not answer from a place of reality. And his answer is the problem when it comes to the Titans. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 105 The Game.
As I've said time and time again, I will never shy away from saying that I have extremely high expectations for our football team and really our entire organization. I expect us to build a team that is going to have sustained success and bring Lombardi trophies to the city of Nashville. I am confident that we have put the right pieces in place to bring that goal to life and build a future that Titan fans will be proud of.
And at the end of the day, Rand and I talk about this all the time. When you come into an organization, you identify what needs to be fixed, you hire the best before anybody else does, and you develop an obsession with winning immediately. That's what we get paid to do, is to win. So there's no, as we approach this season, we're doing everything we can to assemble a roster to allow us to compete at the highest level.
For me, personally, it goes without saying, I think we've had a hell of an offseason.
the last 2 seasons have been very disappointing. And the fans felt it. I felt it. We made changes last year, and I came to believe we needed to make a change to the coaching staff.
I am excited about what we've done, the players we've added. I think they're all, we added with Calvin Ridley and Tyler Boyd and D-Hop coming back and Tony Pollard mixing him with Tajay Spears, and you get a chance to draft J.C. Latham, and you got year 2 for Peter Skoronski, and now you go sign Lloyd Cushenberry at the center. Like, I feel like there's some really exciting pieces that, if we can put it all together, I think we have a chance. And obviously, I believe in Will Levis. It's a large reason why I took the job, is that I think he's capable of being a really good player.
We are excited about the additions that were made during the free agency process. We were able to acquire some players, some key players at positions of needs.
And one thing that we keep talking about here is our group is hunting at the same time isn't the same as hunting together. And under Brian Callahan, we will be going out and hunting together.
Oh boy, there was a lot of talk this offseason. Holy crap. Ian, that might have to go in the Hall of Fame of cold taking right there.
It's up there.
That entire mix, the owner, the president, the GM, the coach, just constant. Oh, we're going to be so good. Worst team in the NFL. Boy, who could have seen that coming? Ian did. Ian set his expectations for 4 wins, and they couldn't even meet that.
Well, a lot of the national people still had the Titans picking like a top 3 pick going into the
Yeah,
season.
the national people and Vegas and everybody who wasn't just sniffing Rand Carthon's panties and thinking, oh, let Rand cook. Every single person who didn't do that looked at this team and said, they don't have a right tackle. But there was, again, a lot of let Rand cook. And, well, now you know. Now you know. And there's a lot of people that want another helping again. Give me another year of that. So Brian Callahan's press conference today, again, with Callahan, it's never going to go off the rails because Callahan doesn't go off the rails himself. He can't necessarily coach, but as far as causing problems, he's pretty good at not doing that. But there was one little interaction that I heard today that I'm like, this is the problem. And it started, speaking of all those expectations, with a very good question from Nick Suss of the Tennessean about whether or not Callahan thought it was a mistake in hindsight with how they raised the expectations of the fans.
Do you think it was a mistake setting the expectations as high as they were for this season?
I don't remember setting expectations.
This was going to be going in the goal was to be to compete. Do you think?
Oh yeah, no, I won't walk back on that one at all. I think we could absolutely have been. We were competitive. And we got ourselves into a spot, into a hole that was hard to climb out of. But yeah, I won't walk back. I did think we would be a competitive team, and I think we were at points. And we just got to find ways to play better football than we did. And ultimately, we gave away games. We got to do a better job of not doing that. And that's my job to do. And I got to make sure that gets fixed. So we gave ourselves a better chance to be the competitive team I think we're capable of. And but right now, your record is what it is. I mean, we're a 3-win team. Do I feel like we should have been better than that? Of course I do. But we're not. And the reality is that we're a 3-win team. We're picking first in the draft, and that's not the spot that when I stood up here in my opening press conference, I was like, yeah, this is where I can't wait to be having this one today where we're talking about 3 wins. So that's just all a part of it. I do have a lot of beliefs in what our team's capable of, and ultimately we didn't do it. And I still think we're capable of being much better than we are, and we got to keep building that.
Ryan, do you think it was a mistake for your general manager to say you guys had checked every box on offense, starters and depth? That set certain expectations.
Sure, I understand that. I think that we did feel like we had put pretty good effort into trying to get ourselves in position to be competitive. And
stop.
And when you sign, we want to be a draft.
So right then and there, he said, hey, do you regret having the high expectations? Well, I'm not sure I set the expectations. What are you talking about? Did you just hear that little cut we played coming back from break? Yeah, you were a part of it. Guilty. Number two, and this is the real problem. Brian Callahan was like, I did think we were going to be competitive, and we were competitive this year. We just, too many times we made mistakes. Things didn't go our way. We just, we weren't as competitive. They were 2-15 against the spread, which is the worst in the history of the NFL. The only team to ever drop 15 games against the spread. That means that almost every single week, on a week-to-week expectation, the line closes at kickoff. Every week, they failed to meet expectations. You weren't competitive. These games were not close. Yesterday's game was not close. And they took all their players out after the first series. And then when asked about Rand, and it's kind of unfair, but a good job on Paul for asking this, it's kind of unfair to say, hey, did Rand make a mistake by asking all these? You should ask Rand that question. Problem is Rand doesn't do press conferences, so how could you ask him that? And Brian Callahan was talking about, Brian Callahan was talking about, this offseason, we thought we put together a good team. That's the problem. That's the problem. You thought. And you thought wrong. Ian, I don't know about you, but when Bo Nix got picked 12th overall by the Denver Broncos, were your eyebrows raised?
Not really at the time, no.
Really? I was shocked. 12th overall for Bo Nix?
Yeah, it's quarterback. You can't be shocked about a quarterback. It just happens. Something like that happens crazy every time.
That is true. But I was shocked. And everybody said, what are they doing, Bo Nix? 12th overall? You gonna be? And Sean Payton said, trust me, I know.
Well, Atlanta took Penix at 9. That were 8. That was just as crazy or crazier.
And Sean Payton thought right. Yesterday I was talking with Derek, and we were talking about, the Titans don't have a quarterback. You can't blame Rand because they don't have a quarterback. I said, who picked the quarterback? Well, they thought they had a quarterback. That's why they didn't pick Bo Nix, who's clearly I think Bo Nix is on his path to being a franchise quarterback. He went shot for shot with Joe Burrow 2 weeks ago. Bo Nix is good, at least right now. And again, Derek was like, well, they thought they had Will Levis. Well, they thought wrong. And that's the problem, is that all the guys that thought wrong were now starting to say, okay, well, they're going to think right this time. And Callahan even admitted it when asked about Rand's bullcrap line of we checked every box when put on the spot. He's like, well, we thought we could. Again, if you were my stockbroker and you thought that this great stock was going to go up and I gave you $100,000 and the stock tanked, why would I listen to you again? I'm taking my money and I'm going somewhere else. You just cost me $100,000. Well, I thought that solar technology was going to pop in 2024. Well, you thought wrong. So now I'm done listening to you and I'm going to go listen to somebody who knows what they're doing. And that is the crux of the issue with the Titans. Everything they thought wrong. They thought PT could play right tackle. They were wrong. They thought Will Levis could be a franchise quarterback. They were wrong. They thought that Danico Autry's 11.5 sacks could be replaced by drafting Tavondre Sweat. They thought wrong. They thought Bill Callahan could fix it. They thought wrong. So now you're telling me that, hey, we thought we were going to be good. Not only were you not right about being good, you're the worst team in the NFL. And until you can demonstrate to me and explain to me why you screwed up this year, I can't take you seriously. And because they don't hold press conferences and they're not accountable at the top, you're never going to hear them do that. You're never going to hear them explain what happened this offseason. What happened with Snead? What did the AI cancer curing model say? Also, I would just like to throw this out there. Kaharski had a video on Twitter of Calvin Ridley, and Calvin Ridley in the video said that he had a hamstring injury that he fought through for 3 weeks this year. Hey, Ian, guess what?
What's that?
I looked up the injury reports. Guess what Calvin Ridley was never listed on the injury report with?
What?
A hamstring.
Interesting.
So, I mean, when people are like, they say it's not the knee with Snead. Yeah, sure. And they said it wasn't the hamstring with Ridley. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number. An interesting little report. An interesting little nugget. We'll get to this next. Stillman and Company. Orders by the game. Let's talk about Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They took great care of my home. Every time I need Hiller, they're out there, and they do a great job. I was even telling my dad yesterday. I was like, you know what's funny? With Hiller, I end up spending more money simply because it's like, oh, well, I can do this now too, and I can do that. And so every time they're there, I'm like, oh, I got to do this now as well. But I actually enjoy it because they do such a great job. It's like, man, I am so glad I spent that money to get those electrical outlets put up because they did a fabulous job. They always do a great job. And that's because they're run by Jimmy Hiller, who was recently named among the most admired CEOs because of the way he truly cares for his team and his clients. And they take care of the customer every job, every time. 100% satisfaction. Happy you'll be here. The service is free. And again, I know that because I use Hiller at my home. Learn more at happyhiller.com. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Falls, and Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Face truck today.
Brian, what was your conversation like after yesterday with Amy, and what did she want to know about your plan moving forward, and what did you want to impress to her about your plan?
Haven't had that conversation with her yet. That's upcoming. Again, this morning has been focused on the players and getting everybody out of the building with the exit interview. So that might be for another day. But yeah, that meeting will come.
That was Brian Callahan saying, I haven't talked to Amy yet. I've just been kind of doing my job, but that meeting will come. That will come. And apparently, I said this, Ian, I believe I said this earlier, which was the fact that whenever there's a hit, and with Amy Adams Strunk, I think now there's enough of a pattern that whenever there's a hit, Amy usually kind of stays away, to the point that Vrabel noticed the Miami game on the road last year. I think Amy left before the game was over. And the last game against Jacksonville, Vrabel did not see Amy on the field during the game. And that was eye-opening to him, like, oh, okay. And Ian, I believe I mentioned that earlier today already on the program.
I'm not sure. You may have. Forgive me. I do not recall specifically.
But how about this nugget from Paul Kaharski? Quote, Amy Adams Strunk was not on the field before the game yesterday and did not go to the locker room or anything after. Just straight to her car. Heard that's the first time she strayed away from her typical game day pattern that way since last year's finale. So again, Vrabel noticed when he was on the hot seat and Amy Adams Strunk wasn't on the field before the game. And now, again, Vrabel noticed, like, oh, I'm in trouble. And Amy did the same thing yesterday. Again, word on the street is Rand's getting fired. I don't know that, but that's just what everybody's saying. And I feel pretty certain, based off of the track record of one person in particular that told me he was 90% certain Rand was getting fired. But when Brian Callahan says, I haven't talked to her yet, that'll come. Again, I don't know what to make of it, other than what I've been told is the track record with Amy is when somebody's getting whacked, she stays away. That's just the track record I've heard. With John Robinson, she fired him over the phone. So that cannot be a good sign for people that Amy did the exact same thing she did before she fired Vrabel by not going down to the field, not going to the locker room. And when Brian Callahan, I want you guys to think about this. Brian Callahan was asked, in your conversations with Amy after the season, how did you feel? Or whatever it may be. And he said, well, I haven't talked to her yet. I'll talk to her at the end of the week. If you owned an NFL team, would you talk to your coach the second the season is over to say, okay, we're on to the next. Let's get going. And I listened to Callahan's post-game press conference yesterday, and there were two things that really stood out to me. Number one was Callahan kept talking about what he was going to do. And it felt to me like he was kind of trying to keep to really grab the bull by the horns to be like, here's my plan. I will be here tomorrow morning and I will be grinding at 5 a.m. And if they call me at 5:15 and tell me to stop, then I'll stop. But until then, we are full speed ahead. It's kind of like the insecure thing of like, look, I don't know what's going on over here, but what I'm going to do is. And then the other side of this was yesterday, and until he was directly asked about it today, he wasn't touching Rand and Chad. Yeah, I've got to do a better job, and, we believe we can add players in here that it wasn't Rand, Chad, and I are committed together to sing Kumbaya the way we did last year. No. He's staying out of that. He even said today, when asked directly about Rand and Chad, he said, look, I know all the conjecture out there is about that, but I'm not paying attention to it. He knows that's the talk, and he's staying out of it. And my guess would be, if he's safe, but he knows either both of them aren't or one of them isn't, he is 100% staying away. Saying, I'll let Ian Rappaport be the one to break that to you when possible. Another follow-up tweet from Paul. By the way, Paul's mad at me because I yesterday took a little dig at him on Twitter. It's all in good fun.
Play nice.
So Paul said on his little live stream show, he said he goes after the game. He's like, I will get to the bottom of what's going to happen with the Titans. And so I tweeted out, he promises he's going to get to the bottom. Is he going to get there before Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport? Apparently Paul didn't like that very much, but oh well. So apparently Paul tweeted out and said, if there are not 2 firings, and I don't expect them, I think there will be at least one more Titans press conference this week. So is that him saying that he does not expect? Is this a Paul Kaharski says they're not firing Brinker and Carthon?
No.
So what is this? He says, if there are not 2 firings, and I don't expect them.
Just expect one more presser this week, unless
not one person
changes.
Not one person will report anything they hear from the Titans because the owner's such a wild card that they just don't want to be the person that says everybody's coming back and then get burned on it. Again, all I heard behind the scenes yesterday was Rand's getting fired. And I thought by 2:00 I'd be excited and celebratory and saying, hey, at least one's gone. Though, again, when it comes to Brinker, I mean, I want him out too. But we shall see. One texter says, Jared, what are the chances the longer this goes on that Rand and Callahan are toast? Each passing hour that we don't have a statement of support is a good sign. I don't know. You know, last year Vrabel didn't do his Monday press conference, and then on Tuesday he was fired, and so that was kind of a tell that Callahan was doing his press conference today, kind of a sign of, oh, is Callahan for sure saying? I don't know. If we're talking about last night, the only statements that come out last night are the statements that are either immediately, I informed them they're out, which is something Amy never does, or it's they're coming back. With her, she's so unpredictable, there's no way to know if it's a good sign or a bad sign. My anxiety would tell me it's a bad sign. But again, yesterday, all the talk I heard yesterday was Rand's getting fired. And then I wanted to go get a chef's hat so I could put it on and then make fun of Buck for giving Rand a chef's hat after the draft. Saying, you ate the bull crap. Let Rand cook. Unbelievable. One texter says the general manager is trying to rub doo-doo under people's nose and convince people that it smells good. Again, he's not doing anything. He's not talking to anybody. Can't say that. Can't say Rand's trying to do anything. He's not talking. He's not. But I mean, again, unless he's doing press conferences I don't know about, it's hard for me to envision that. 615-737-1025, which is our phone number, 615-737-1025. We continue with your phones on a Titans Monday at Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game. And let me tell all the fine folks out there, Preds fans, do not miss Smashville Live this Thursday night at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue at 6 o'clock. See your Predator star players up close and personal. Get autographs and pictures as well. That's this Thursday night at Brewhouse 100 in Bellevue.
You anticipate Rayan and Chad are back in their current roles as of now?
Again, I've been focused solely on the players getting out of the building this week. I know that's all the conjecture out there. Until someone tells me differently, yeah, I do. But again, I haven't had those conversations with anybody yet. I've been in my office meeting players all morning. So anything else that's out there, I wouldn't be aware of. So other than that, I expect business as usual.
Brian Callahan's not touching that with a 10-foot pole. And I do wonder this. Ian, do you think Brian Callahan knows what the answer to that question is?
I don't know. I wonder if he knows a full answer or if he just has some thoughts.
Like he's just trying to read the tea leaves too, like everybody else?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I would feel like he'd probably have a better feeling than everybody else, but I don't know if he knows for sure.
I'm just telling you, I think it's pretty, the fact that the general manager is like, I ain't touching that one over there. Or excuse me, the head coach is like, I ain't touching that one over there by the general manager and the president of football operations. That's for Amy to release a statement for you. Or that he doesn't know are both pretty telling one way or another. One texter says, what I don't understand is people saying they want stability in reference to Willie Donick and Joe Rexrode. They are factually the worst team in the NFL. So what difference does it make if they keep having turnover? They don't want them to be the Bears, the Browns, or the Jets. But guess what? The Titans already are. So I actually agree with this texter. Because I keep hearing this idea of if you keep firing everybody, pretty soon you're going to be the Browns. You pick first this year. They pick second. They went to the playoffs last year. Again, I think the Browns are a crap hole too. But it's hard to say that you're better than them when, again, you are what your record says you are, and your record says you're the worst team in the league. Carolina, I don't know if you guys have watched Bryce Young play some football. Carolina is getting better. You can't beat the Texan backups. I earlier in the year, there was a guy that called into Robbie and Rexrode who was an HR guy. He said, I work in human resources, and the one thing they always teach you is once you know these guys can't do the job, you get rid of them and you move on. No matter what I want to make it work. I don't want to fire people, and I don't want to. What you don't do is you don't throw good money after bad. If for the sake of stability, you keep these bozos, you're then letting bozos use the number one pick. The number one pick is more valuable than any free agent signing you could make. I mean, it's, again, if there's a Hall of Fame player in this draft, and I don't know if there is, and a lot of people seem to think that there's not, but if there is a Hall of Fame player in this draft, you get to pick them before anybody else. Does that mean you will? I don't know. But the idea of, I think these guys are morons, but I don't want to fire people, so let's let the morons use the number one pick. That does not make any sense to me. 0 sense. But hey, stability. We want good stability. We don't want bad stability. What is stability of bad? That just means you're going to be stably awful. I saw a headline at ESPN. A lot of people do not understand what these words mean. I saw a headline at ESPN about the Browns and about how the Browns, and I think their record's the same as yours. What was it, 3-14? And how the Browns have fallen into mediocrity, ESPN said. 3-14 is not mediocrity. That's bad. 8-9 is mediocrity. The Colts are mired in mediocrity. The Browns are bad. You're not mired in mediocrity. You suck. You sucked last year. When you pick in the top 10 every year, you're bad. And you've picked in the top 10 the last 2 years. So I agree. When I see this thing that says, these people, they don't want to be the Bears or the Browns or the Jets. You are those teams. You are as helpless. Your owner is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Your GM is a dope. Nobody knows what the president of football operations does other than he promised an analytic cancer curing model that would prevent injuries. Your head coach didn't do anything good this year. You can't beat any of these bad teams except for the Patriots, who you beat by 3 points in overtime. We don't want to be the Bears. You lost to the Bears. We don't want to be the Jets. You lost to the Jets. We don't want to be the Jags. You lost to the Jags twice. Again, stability. That's like these people that are like, it does not change in 1 year. Really? Where was Washington last year? Where were they? Oh, they were picking second. But Jared, they got to draft Jaden Daniels. Really? Football one-man team? It's a one-man sport? Or was it that they also signed Frankie Louvu and Tyler Biotish and Nick Allegretti and Austin Eckler and Bobby Wagner and Jeremy Chin and Dante Fowler Jr., who had 10.5 sacks this year? Even Olamide Zacchaeus, who seems to be on like a different team every year. I think he used to be with Atlanta. He had 45 catches for 500 yards and 3 touchdowns for the Commanders this past year. Noah Igbenogany started 17 games at corner. Had 7 pass defense. That's better than L'Jarius Sneed. Let's go to Mike in Old Hickory, who's up next here on our program. Has been waiting patiently. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing? It all comes down to Amy Adams. I don't know what she's going to do. We've got the number 1 pick, and I hope she doesn't blow it by bringing in some flashy name from Colorado to put seats in the stands for a year or two, and then his career's over. We need to take that number 1 pick and start doing some trading with it, because we've got, 2 to 3 years before that new stadium opens, and Amy Adams, that's where she is focused on. She wants that stadium open in about 2 to 3 years so she can get a Super Bowl in here and field a decent team. We're never going to field a decent team unless we get rid of this crowd now. The coach, the general manager, we're going to have to get rid of Will Levis, keep Mason Rudolph. I say keep him as a secondary backup quarterback, and then go use that first-round pick to do some horse trading.
So, I don't know what's out there. Thank you for the call. I don't know if people want to trade for the first pick. You know, it's so funny because, again, I haven't dove into the draft, so I'm not Mel Kiper. But I did read Blake Bedingfield at paulkaharski.com. Blake used to be the director of college scouting with the Titans when they drafted Derrick Henry. And Blake's basically like, nobody's going to want to trade up for the number 1 pick because the players in this year's draft just aren't that good. So everybody's going to want to trade for first rounders next year. So no one's going to want to trade for that high pick unless there's a team whose general manager is going to get fired if they don't get a quarterback. And the team whose general manager is going to get fired if they don't get a quarterback is you. So it's not as likely let's just trade it, because this is not a good draft. The other thing is this. If this is in fact as bad of a draft as they say, and I think Blake said that Abdul Carter, for instance, is like a mid-first rounder in a typical draft, that he is not a high-end first rounder. He is not Von Miller in this kind of draft. If that's the case, you want to trade back, you're going to fall out of range of getting an elite impact player. And you don't have any impact players. And you need those in order to be good. Let's go to Kevin, who's up next here on the program. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey, Jared, big Bronco fan, man. I know we played some backups with Kansas City the other night, but what do you think? We got a legitimate chance with the Broncos defense to beat the Bills.
You talking about the Broncos? Like, what are they going to do on Sunday?
That's right.
I don't give a rat's ass about the Broncos. Thank you for the call, Kevin. The only thing I care about the Broncos is this. To the boo-hoo Ran Carthon crew that tell you, John Robinson, it was so bad. What was Ran supposed to do? Just know, Sean Payton inherited a lot worse at the exact same time. Sean Payton runs the Broncos. He may not be the general manager. Sean Payton runs the Broncos. So he took over that operation the same time Ran Carthon showed up here. And I know people will say, well, what was he supposed to do in that first draft? He was supposed to draft good players. He didn't. But again, Sean Payton, in 2 years, has the Broncos in the playoffs. And you cannot tell me, after the picks they used to trade for Russell Wilson, And the contract they're paying Russell $39 million to be a Steeler this year. And yet they're in the playoffs. I don't hear, oh, no, they don't have to. George Payton, it was so bad. They trade all the picks. Oh, my God. I mean, I think the Seahawks got Devin Witherspoon, like 5th overall in the draft. That was Denver's pick. They let the 5th pick on fire. And Sean Payton figured it out. But that's because Sean Payton knows what he's doing. And that's the difference between you and the Broncos. Are the Broncos going to win on Sunday? I don't know, and I don't care. But when it comes to the Broncos, that is what I care about, is when the boohoo Rand crew tells me John Robinson. Here's the other thing, too. If Rand's so smart and is such a good talent evaluator, and John Robinson ruined this team so badly, why would he ever have taken this job? If Gandhi could not fix this team, why would Rand, if he's such a great evaluator, why would he take this job? Would he not look at the mess that John Robinson made it so bad and think, man, it's going to get me fired? So why would he take it? So, again, just weeding out more excuse-making and bullcrap. 615-737-1025. There is one thing I think that everybody can agree on. The Rand Club and the anti-Rand group. But because it's not going to change, you only have one other choice. And you're not going to like it. We'll get to it next. Stillman and Company here on the program. Let's give something away because I'm in a good mood. Be caller 5 right now at 615-737-1025, and you'll win a pair of tickets to a Belmont men's basketball as they take on Southern Illinois. Wow, Corey Curtis's university in town Wednesday night at the Fisher Center. Be caller 5, 615-737-1025, and you'll be watching the Bruins play some basketball. Stillman and Company, 1025 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios on a Titans Monday, and it is official. The Titans are the worst team in the NFL. By the way, Ian, I have not been looking at the YouTube chat today. I probably should be looking at the YouTube chat. I bet it is a freaking cesspool today.
It's hard to keep up with everything.
But where is the Let Rand Cook crew? The guys that kept saying when we said 4 and 5 wins that said, oh, you'll see they're going to win 10 games this year. Where are they?
They're
Where
still
is
around.
Chef Rand, who used to comment into the YouTube chat? Where's he at? Is he in there today, Ian? Probably not.
I haven't seen Chef. No, I haven't seen Chef in here today, but
They got a little hot in the kitchen when the team lost to Malik Willis at home. We didn't hear from the chef anymore. So there is a handful of people out there. I mean, there is a percentage of the Titans fan base that depressingly, and part of it's our midday show, think that Rand Carthon and Chad Brinker and Brian Callahan actually have a clue. Most of us who have followed the last year have seen time and time and time again when these guys made it obvious they did not know how to build a football team. And that's a big debate. I'm in favor of cleaning house, starting over, and getting an experienced guy that, again, is Thomas Dimitrov a Super Bowl winning general manager? No, he's not. He got as close to winning the Super Bowl, I think, as you could get without doing it, up 28-3, and I'm not really sure the general manager can do anything about that at that point. But again, is Thomas Dimitrov Super Bowl winner? No. Is it a guarantee if you hire him, you'll win a Super Bowl? No. Is it a guarantee that Thomas Dimitrov can build a team that won't have you picking first? Probably. Same with Rick Spielman. Same with Pete Carroll. And the list goes on. I say this because, again, that's the argument. For me, is go get an experienced guy, have Amy turn football over to him, and then get back to Houston and stay out of it. But the one thing that the Let Rand Cook crew and the anti-Rand group have in common is we all know Amy Adams Strunk is the problem. Buck wrote a story about it today. For me, I went after the owner after the Green Bay loss. When they started 0-3, and Levis was clearly a bust, and Callahan was in over his head, and Malik walked in here and took the bone out of their ass. And I said, this is what you get. Your owner wanted to do things her way because 7-5 and first place with John Robinson after 2 division titles and a #1 seed and everything else wasn't good enough. But Isaiah Wilson, I know, but didn't you like to win? Because you did that more than you lost. Not anymore. But everybody now, I'll send out a tweet about they need to clean house or they need to get rid of Rand or they need to, and I'll get Amy needs to sell the team. Amy's not selling the team. So let's get on the same page about this because we are on the same page that she is the problem. Amy, by being an absentee owner, which is what she is, has fostered a culture of office politics that would get the writers of the HBO series Game of Thrones probably 4 or 5 more seasons of material. I mean, it is so, who's Amy mad at today? She's got her future son-in-law in there as the chief strategist or whatever it is. She's got one day she likes Robinson. One day she loves Malarkey. Then she doesn't. Then she loves Robinson. Then she doesn't. Then she loves Vrabel. Then she doesn't. Then she loves Rand. Then she doesn't. Then she loves Chad. Now she apparently loves Callahan. There's no Steve Underwood there anymore to kind of be the guardrails, the bumpers, to say, whoa, whoa, whoa now. She can't pick up the phone like she did in 2015. And call Floyd Reese and say, Floyd, save my football team. Can't do it, which is unfortunate for all of us. But there is no doubt. I mean, I want to make one thing incredibly clear. There's no doubt she's the problem. I mean, I told you guys that when John Robinson got fired on that Tuesday, I knew it was something. Whether it was the NFL did an investigation into Todd Downing's DUI, and Amy Adams Strunk found out that John Robinson was, condoning a culture that's not allowed by the, I don't know. That was my first thought. Then it was, what about Robinson and Vrabel getting into it? And then they said, that's not it. I mean, even the Athletic piece that came out over the weekend, the Vrabel Puff piece, said that Vrabel, when Robinson was out, that was when Vrabel was like, whoa now, get me somebody good in here, not Ran Carthon. Which again, I love the fact that Mike Vrabel is universally lauded for how great of a football guy he is, and even he thinks Ran Carthon's a dope. But again, I kept thinking there had to be something that led to John Robinson's firing, because who fires a general manager in the middle of the season when they're 7-5 and they're in first place and they're going to win the division and they've won the division twice in a row? Like, who does that? You do. You're the only one, but you do. And when I heard that, I said, oh dear God, here we freaking go. And I even told somebody, because somebody with the Titans reached out to me and they were like, well, I mean, you've been on Robinson's ass. And I was like, yeah, I have been. That didn't mean fire him. I meant do better. I remember the Rustin Webster days, no disrespect to him, the Mike Reinfeldt days, the Jeff Fisher without Floyd Reese days. It was like Moses in the desert. And I didn't want to be Moses again, and here we are. And that's all Amy's fault. And even the Let Rand Cook crew knows Amy's the problem. They argue that too, and they're not wrong. But here's the reality of being an NFL fan versus being an NFL owner. Amy doesn't have to sell the team. And unless Amy says something racist, like Jerry Richardson of the Panthers, unless Amy does things that are incredibly unethical or illegal, like Dan Snyder of the Commanders did, unless Amy gets caught up doing something like that, she owns 66% of the team. She can do whatever she wants. And so that gives you, as a fan, two options. One, we can go back to 2016 through 2022 when this was a well-run organization and they had a 61% winning percentage and they did draft all-pro players like Derrick Henry and Kevin Byard and Jack Conklin. And we can hope that she can get it right a second time. Or you can root for another team. Those are your only two options. The idea that she needs to sell the team is going to have any impact on her actually doing it is ludicrous. So again, I love the Titans. And I think the Titans are a completely inept organization from the top on down, starting with her. Whether it's a reflection of their horrendous record, their dopey head coach, their general manager that can't hold a press conference, or their half-ass attempt at a PSL season ticket holder gift by giving away a 2-year-old Delaney Walker bobblehead doll to day one season ticket holders that have bought PSLs in the new stadium. They're all morons. It is what it is. I hate saying it. I like Amy because she got a heart of gold with the way she treated Floyd, but they're all morons. Every last one of them over there. But again, I got two choices. I can either say, okay, how do we direct them to get smart people in, or we go root for another team? Those are the choices. But when you text in a clean house starting with the owner, well, that's great, but that's not how this works. So once you acknowledge how it works and move on from there, and we can all admit the owner's the problem, we all know it. Once we can accept that, then we can move on to what she needs to do to fix this mess. But yes, when you say, well, Amy's the problem, you're right. And every single person, whether you're an anti-Ran Carthon guy or you're the biggest ball washer there is who thinks John Robinson's made the Titans bad until 2050, we all agree Amy's the problem. But again, she's not going to sell the team, so you have to hope that she can get it right by hiring people who are smart. 615-737-1025. We are to your phones. 615-737-1025. Plus, what everybody tells me the bad teams do. actually seems to be the opposite of what the bad teams are doing. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
Can you tell us the reason or reasons that you decided to make this change?
The last 2 seasons have been very disappointing. And the fans felt it. I felt it. We made changes last year, and I came to believe we needed to make a change to the coaching staff.
That was last year. Amy Adams Strunk said the last 2 seasons have just been very disappointing. 7 wins, 7-5 at one point, 6 wins, and that was disappointing. Well, what about 3 wins, last place in the first pick in the draft in a weak draft? Way to go, Amy. Way to go, Ran. Way to go. Let's go to your phones, which are driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Bill has been waiting patiently and is up next on a Titans Monday. Bill, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Well, I was curious, what assurance do we have that we'll wind up with a better general manager this time than we have, after the last pick? And
can I ask you this, Bill? Is there
I'm
any
sorry?
chance it could be? Let me ask you this: is there any chance you could have a worse general manager?
I don't see how. And
So then,
but
again, if you don't think that you can get worse, what is the likelihood that you will get better?
well, there's some likelihood. I was curious, so I looked up. There are 10 women owners in the 32 league. 32
Bill, do not go there. I know where you're going. Don't go there. In the call with what you already had. Thank you, Bill. Again, this idea, a woman, she can't run it. The Detroit Lions are owned by a woman, and she's doing just fine. So, again, ridiculous. But I do want to get to that idea that he brought up, which is, well, how do we know the next guy's going to be any good? Chris Sanders, and I love Chris Sanders with all my heart, and you know that, Chris. Chris Sanders makes the single dumbest argument for defending Rand Carthon every single week on the pregame show, which is, well, what are you going to do if they win 2 games next year? Well, I don't think they're going to win 2 games next year if they don't have a moron running the team. But if they do, then I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, and I'll fire that guy. Well, you can't fire somebody every year. Well, you fire people that can't do the job until you hire people that can. It's as simple as that. And what's up with this doom and gloom of, what if it's worse? What if it's worse and you're picking worse than first? You can't. This is the worst it can get. So it drives me crazy. Because yesterday, Chris, God bless him, but Chris was like, you got to replace right tackle, and you got to find a quarterback. And if you change the general manager, now you got to add that to the list. And I'm like, so wait a minute. You want the bad general manager to pick the next right tackle and pick the next quarterback and spend another $100 million of the owner's money and do all of these things because you rather have somebody bad picking them than having somebody new pick them who's doing this on the fly. That doesn't make any sense either. Again, if I was running a fast food chain, Stillman's Burgers and Fries, and we were at a critical inflection point in our corporation's existence, would you want a bad CEO? Or would you want a CEO who's learning on the job but is a good CEO? Or at least has the potential to be a good CEO? And for me, I don't want bad people running the operation. But I guess that's just me. Everybody else thinks we got to treat this like it's T-ball and give everybody a 10-year fair shake. Let's go to Bob, who's up next here on our program. Bob, thank you for calling on a Titans Monday and waiting. What's up, Bobby?
Oh, happy New Year to you, Jared. The preference says I'm ready for Rand to go too, so I'm not looking for Rand to stay. But that last caller made me want to say something else also. Don't ever say it couldn't be worse. We said that about the offensive line. But I do have 2 questions, and I'll ask them and you hang up. First, how much better is Ward and Sanders than Willis? And then, who would you like to get as a GM? That's not like a sarcastic question. I'm serious. Who do you think would be good that we could possibly get? That was my question.
Okay, thank you for your call. So I'll start with the second one first because I know a lot more about that. My first choice would be Thomas Dimitrov, the former Falcons general manager. He was the general manager from 2008, I believe, until 2020. His first pick was Matt Ryan. His other picks include guys like Julio Jones or Jake Fisher or other guys. Again, he built that team that went to the NFC title game in 2011 and then built the team that went to the Super Bowl and was the NFC champion in 2016 and or 2018 or whatever year it was when they lost to the Patriots. Thomas is 50-something years old, so he's still in his prime. I know Thomas a little bit, just from his experience with Sumer Sports and Sirius XM and stuff like that, and he's a bright guy. He was a good general manager, and he's a bright guy. He's a straight shooter, and that would be my first choice. Rick Spielman would be my second choice. Former Vikings general manager, the guy that went out there, drafted Christian Darrisaw. He went out there and he drafted Justin Jefferson and ended up in an NFC title game with Case Keenum at quarterback. Again, experience. Do I think he's the best general manager in the league? Probably not. But do I know you won't be picking last? Do I know he's a good GM? Yeah, I do. Pete Carroll, I would absolutely be talking to Pete Carroll. Now, the deal with Pete Carroll is this. If you bring in Pete, Pete is the head coach and he's the general manager. That's just what happens. And I heard Derek saying yesterday in the pregame show with me, he's like, well, I wouldn't want, in any way, I wouldn't want him to do both at his age. That's what you get with Pete. With Pete, Andy Reid, if you were to have hired Belichick, Sean Payton, with those kind of guys, if you bring them in, they run the team. That's just how it is. And again, I'd be willing to take Pete Carroll because I know Pete Carroll can coach better than Brian Callahan, and I know he can evaluate better than Rand Carthon. Kyle Shanahan, you want to be the 49ers? Kyle Shanahan runs the 49ers. It's okay to let the coach run the team. Those would be my top three. I would include Mark Dominic on the list because I know Mark Dominic, and I think he's brilliant. Like, if you listen, we had Mark Dominic on the day of the draft, and people were like, man, this guy knows his stuff. And remember, Dominic was like, take Brock Bowers. And it was like, I don't know, a tight end. And Corey Curtis was like, they don't use the tight end in Cincinnati. They don't have Brock Bowers. That's why they don't use the tight end. And instead, you've got a left tackle who might be a starting left tackle, but he's probably a right tackle. And he's not a superstar. Bowers is a superstar. And Dominic knew it the whole time. He said, if Bowers is there at 7, you draft him. It's Stockton to Malone slam dunk because he knew he was a superstar. And again, he wasn't great in Tampa, the winning and the losing, but they did draft a lot of good players when he was there. So he would be on my list. Again, all guys with experience. I hear them talking about, we need to get the guy, who's the assistant director in Philly. We don't even know what that guy does. I want somebody with experience who's not learning on the job because Amy cannot set them up for success. So when you guys keep asking who for GM, I keep giving you the list. And with every single one of these guys, you can poo-poo. I said this yesterday to Derek on the pregame show because, again, with Thomas Dimitrov, you can say, well, he never won the Super Bowl. Okay, well, Bill Belichick won 6. Would you rather have Rand Carthon than Bill Belichick? Because nobody wants Bill Belichick anymore. So if the resume isn't all that matters, Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl, and so that doesn't count. And then the guy that got really close, he doesn't count. And then the guy that drafted Jefferson, he doesn't count. So now you have to convince me that this guy who in 2 years has taken a 7-win team and won 6 games, got into a pissing contest with a very popular coach, with a very well-respected coach, won, and then won half the games, 3 games and is picking first. I now have to accept that because apparently we can find an issue with every single one of these guys. 615-737-1025, more of your phones. Plus, everybody's afraid of being one of the stupid teams, as if you aren't already one of them. The Raiders, the Giants, the Jets, the Browns, the Commanders, although the Commanders have kind of worked their way out of this with a new owner. And yet, what a lot of these people are advocating for is what the stupid teams are doing. We'll get to that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5 The Game.
Do you think it was a mistake setting the expectations as high as they were for this season?
I don't remember setting expectations.
This was going to be your going in, but the goal was to be to compete. Do you think?
Oh yeah, no, I won't walk back on that one at all. You know, I think we could absolutely have been. You know, we were competitive. And we got ourselves into a hole that was hard to climb out of. But yeah, I won't walk back. I did think we would be a competitive team, and I think we were at points. And we just got to find ways to play better football than we did. And ultimately, we gave away games. We got to do a better job of not doing that. And that's my job to do. And I got to make sure that gets fixed. So we gave ourselves a better chance to be the competitive team I think we're capable of. But right now, you know, your record is what it is. I mean, we're a 3-win team. Do I feel like we should have been better than that? Of course I do. But we're not. And the reality is that we're a 3-win team. We're picking first in the draft, and that's not the spot that when I stood up here in my opening press conference, I was like, yeah, this is where I can't wait to be having this one today where we're talking about 3 wins. So that's just all a part of it. I do have a lot of beliefs in what our team's capable of, and ultimately we didn't do it. And I still think we're capable of being much better than we are, and we got to keep building that.
Brian, do you think it was a mistake for your general manager to say you guys had checked every box on offense, starters and depth? That set certain expectations.
Sure, I understand that. I think that, you know, we did feel like we had put, you know, pretty good effort into trying to get ourselves in position to be competitive, you know, and when you sign, you know, we want to be a draft and develop football team. That's what we want to do. And in the meantime, though, we needed to supplement with free agency. I don't think that any of us are under any guises that this is how you build a team all the time. You don't want to do that all the time. But we had to find ways to get some more players to inject some, you know, ability under the roster and keep us moving forward. And some of them worked well, and some of them, you know, are kind of incomplete. You know, we don't really know on some of the guys because of the injuries. But I did feel good at the time about where we put holes, where we plugged them. Obviously, we couldn't fix every possible problem, but I thought we did our best to try to do that and field a roster that was going to help us be competitive. Now, again, the results don't speak for it, and we didn't do that. It didn't ultimately come to fruition, but I think that's ultimately where I land on it.
I mean, I thought that we put together a good roster. Guess what? You didn't. Surprise. By the way, there will be a narrative that comes out about the Titans about free agency. You can't build a team through free agency. We tried and it didn't work and it didn't. Here's the Washington Commanders. Dorian Armstrong, 16 games, 15 starts. He was a free agent signing. Frankie Louvu from the Panthers, 17 starts, 8 sacks and an interception. He was a free agent signing. Tyler Biotish, their center, 15 starts. Nick Allegretti, a guard from the Chiefs, 17 starts. Austin Eckler, 77 carries, 367 yards, 4 touchdowns, 35 catches, 366 yards receiving. Bobby Wagner, 17 starts, 2 sacks. Jeremy Reeves, 17 games. Jeremy Chin, a safety, 17 starts, 1 interception, 2 sacks. Dante Fowler Jr., 17 games, 10.5 sacks. Olamide Zacchaeus, 45 catches, 506 yards, 3 touchdowns. And Noah Igbenogany, 17 games, 10 starts, and 7 passes defensed. You realize Noah Igbenogany had a better season than L'Jarius Sneed. Well, you know, the free agents we brought in, we thought they were going to be good, and it's kind of incomplete because they got injured because exactly. And there's one thing I want to get to, and then I'll get right to your phones. I keep hearing about how important stability is when it comes to an organization. Do you want to be the Browns? Do you want to be the Browns? This is why we have to keep Rand Carthon and Brian Callahan and Chad Brinker, even though they're morons. This is why we have to, even though they built the worst team in the NFL, because do you want to be the Browns? Well, look at what we would consider to be the dumb teams in the NFL. And it all starts at the top with ownership, and that's why you fit in right in with all of them. But look at the dumb teams. The Giants are dumb. They haven't been good in forever. And what are the Giants doing? The Giants are keeping everybody together. Today, the owner came out and said He asked how much patience he's going to have with GM Joe Shane and head coach Brian Dable. And he said, my patience is running thin. But I'm going to give him a shot. I watched the HBO Hard Knocks that featured the Giants offseason, where it went over the roster construction and the draft and free agency and a behind-the-scenes look. I could not believe that Joe Shane was keeping his job after John Mara, the owner, went in his office and said, if Saquon Barkley goes to the Eagles, I'm going to have a hard time sleeping. And Joe Shane took out the phone and called Saquon and said, but Saquon, if you stay with the Giants, we could put you in the Ring of Honor. Only to have Saquon Barkley have the season that he had in Philadelphia. And he still kept his job. I watched Hard Knocks. This is before knowing how the season was going to unfold. And I said, these guys are incompetent. But hey, John Mara, he's running it back. Jacksonville. We think they're stupid. By the way, they swept you this year. Jacksonville. They fired Doug Peterson, a Super Bowl winning head coach, to keep Trent Baalke as the general manager? Seriously? Indianapolis. Chris Ballard, 9 years, never won anything. They're keeping him. So I'm told that I shouldn't fire Rand Carthon, who checked every box this offseason on offense except apparently right tackle. And I'm told I can't get rid of him because of stability. And yet, the stupidest teams in the NFL with the dumbest owners that can't get out of the way are all banking on stability. The team that everybody says we don't want to be, the Cleveland Browns, they're running it back with Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. Boy, I bet they'll get different results this time. So what you're doing is you're modeling what the dumb teams are doing. And here's what the dumb teams are doing. What the dumb teams are doing is the owner, every time the owner's the problem, just like here, the owner's the problem. And we know that. Our hope should be that the owner can get a sense of reality with how bad this group is and bring in somebody in here that has some football experience that knows what they're doing. And then that person can be the person she listens to and she trusts. But in each one of these instances, the owner feels like, I've got the right guy. I know I've got the right guy. I know Trent Baalke is the right guy. I know it. By the way, in San Francisco, they thought Trent Baalke was the right guy too. They chose him over Jim Harbaugh. So then they spent a year with Tom Sula as the coach and a year with Chip Kelly as the coach. And finally, Jed York was like, enough. And he went out and he got Kyle Shanahan. That's working out pretty well. So again, when you tell me stability, Jared, we don't want to be the Browns. The Browns, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski have been there since 2020. They're a stable organization. They just are stable with stupidity. And I don't want that. So again, you guys can whatever you want. But I keep being told like, oh, no. Do you want to be the Browns? The Browns are keeping their coach and general manager. Do you want to be the Giants? Do you want to be the Jags? Do you want to be the Colts? Pat McAfee is giving up on the Colts. He's Mr. Colt, and he's giving up on the Colts. The Dolphins. That's a stupid team. They don't ever win anything. The Dolphins. We're running it back with the same guy that signed Aaron Brewer. Unbelievable. Vincent has been waiting patiently and is up next on Rand Carthon. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. Vincent, go ahead.
Yeah, let's not forget one of the dubs we had this year we had to go into overtime to get. But anyway, Rand Carthon should be fired over his trades with Kansas City alone. Us as a fan base, we forget this because we get marred up in this garbage of a season we had. Maybe you should remind the shred of a fan base that we have left in this town exactly how we got drugged on the trades and where B-Hop is on the stipulations of his contract. And also, what's the chances of this show putting a post-game show together next year for after the game? And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the call. I mean, in all seriousness, like we usually have the America's Game of the Week or whatever, and a lot of people love the game. So it's like, when you get that Tony Romo, Jim Nance game, we usually have it. And a lot of people, when Kansas City's playing Buffalo, a lot of people want to hear that game. So that's usually why we do not have a post-game show. On the front of the Kansas City trade, boy, I tell you, they must be laughing so hard about the trade that they made for you with L'Jarius Sneed. And I cannot get over this. So I was laughing my tush off yesterday. Kaharski posted, if you know anything, the Titans traded for L'Jarius Sneed. And I was like, whoa now. Like, whoa now. Nobody in the league wanted to trade for those knees. Minnesota reportedly pulled their offer, which was a 4th and a 3rd. Minnesota pulled their offer because the medicals were so bad. But apparently Rand Carthon and Chad Brinker, these guys, they're smarter than Minnesota. And they traded a 3rd-round pick. And I was like, okay, something clearly ain't right. Like, something clearly is not right here. And everybody said, you're just a hater, Jared. So much so that Derek asked L'Jarius Sneed about his knees, and L'Jarius Sneed said, Titans fans, you have nothing to worry about with his knees. So that was a huge storyline in the offseason, like a big risk that they took, kind of like John Robinson with Caleb Farley's back. So they make the trade, the 3rd-round pick. L'Jarius Sneed plays 5 games and then mysteriously takes a helmet to the quad. Oh, nothing we can do. It was a helmet to the quad. We did an MRI. It was worse than we thought. And so a helmet to the quad, he's out for 3 months? Then Brian Callahan said, well, it was really a quad strain and a quad bruise, and the quad strain is 3 weeks, so that's why we didn't put him on IR. But he tried, and it didn't get much better. L'Jarius Sneed held a media availability where he basically pled the 5th. And I had people from the Titans blowing my phone up, being like, you don't know what you're talking about. When I was like, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like that knee that they know they're going to take a bunch of crap for if everybody finds out that's what the problem is. It sounds like that knee is probably the problem. And they just don't want to tell anybody that's what it is, because if it is, everybody will say, what? You took a guy with bad knees, gave him $70 million, said it'll be okay, gave Kansas City the 67th pick in the draft. That is a starter. Gave Kansas City the 67th pick in the draft, and he played 5 games, and you still owe him for another year at $25 million or whatever it is. So what they do is they lie. They say it's squat. But, Jared, they can't lie on the injury report. In the NFL, you are not allowed to lie about the injury report. Jared, Calvin Ridley said yesterday that he fought for 3 weeks with a bad hamstring. For 3 weeks he fought. Turns out he was never on the injury report for a hamstring. So when the Titans don't want you to know something, they'll lie. So when you talk about the Kansas City trade, Kansas City gets the 67th pick in the draft, which again is a starter. So you're going to be picking 1st, 35th, and then you pick again at 102. Boy, it'd be nice to have 67 instead of an injured corner who's probably going to be injured next year too. 615-737-1025. More your phones on a Titans Monday. It's Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game.
fix the holes. A consensus by a lot of people was that there might have been more holes that could be fixed in one off season.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like that all the remaining holes can be fixed in this one off season to make this team a contender?
We're going to try. We're going to try to do as much as we can to fit our needs, to find the players that can help us, to improve the areas of our team that need to be improved. And then so that's your goal every year. Are you gonna hit every single one of them? That's hard to do, but we're damn sure going to try, and we're going to try to fit every possible way we can do to improve our team. And we got to nail the draft. That's a huge part. You want to be a draft and develop team, you got to nail the draft. I think we've done a good job of that, of finding players that have contributed. And you got to be great in supplementing free agency. You got to sign the right guys, the right type of guys, and guys that you think can help you. Ideally, you're looking for more value in free agency than not. But sometimes you got to if you're in free agency, you pay more money than you'd like to, because that's the way the market works. But we're sure as hell going to try to fit fix every problem we can fix as quickly as we can fix it.
That was Brian Callahan, and I would just off the top of my head, I remember the needs that we had for last year, and it was so deep. And everyone was like, can't fix it all in 1 year. When I was like, they don't have a right tackle, folks. This is going to be a disaster of a season. But can't fix it all in 1 year. So, Ian, off the top of my head, you ready for the needs for next year?
For next year? Okay, sure.
Yeah. Right guard, right tackle, wide receiver, tight end, edge, inside backer, safety, kicker, long snapper, punt returner, and quarterback. Not to mention backup quarterback or other positions like that. Last year you had needs, but you didn't have quarterback as a need, and now you got quarterback on top of all the other stuff.
Yeah, could be busy.
We're going to try. And then next year they'll say, we can't fix it all in 1 year, Jared. It's like, oh, okay. You told me that last year. And I've had 3 years to fix it. It's the worst team in the league, but whatever. Let's go to Freddie and Franklin, who's up next here on a Titans Monday. Freddie, thank you for holding. Go ahead.
Hey, Jared, I wanted to just give you a pat on the back, man, and say your patience with those two lightweights that you do the pregame show with yesterday was amazing.
Hey, those were starting receivers on the best Titan team ever in 2000. Be careful with that word lightweight. I enjoy both of them, and I think they're both very insightful, but continue.
When you asked Mason, name one thing Rand has done well, it's nothing. They have no answer. You can either get people in who are competent, or you can get worse. And that's where this team is at. They're at the precipice of becoming the Detroit Lions of 2010, or possibly the Redskins of this year. Thanks, man. Enjoy the show.
Yep. Okay, so here's what I will say that I agree with, which is Derek and Chris, they're entitled to their opinions. I think they're dead wrong on the whole Rand Carthon thing. And I love Derek. I do. But the excuse making that he makes for Rand Carthon, it honestly drives me up a wall. And I love him. I do. And I mean it, and he knows it. But when I hear him just constantly say, well, the depth of this roster was so bad, they told Amy this team wasn't going to be good this year. I'm like, based off of what makes you think that they went to Amy and said, thank you for the $228 million, but we're going to suck this year? Or when it's like, well, the team sucks because they don't have a quarterback. Well, can I ask you who picked the quarterback? Oh, they did. Okay. One funny thing that I always laugh about is I did love Anthony Richardson. And Anthony Richardson, for whatever reason, I think the Colts have ruined him. But that's just my opinion. Anthony Richardson stinks. And so people say, what do you know? You would have picked Anthony Richardson. You're right. But you know who would have been the backup there? And if you listen to this show, you know it. Because while I'll claim Anthony Richardson, I'm also allowed to claim Sam Darnold. And if Sam Darnold was there in Indianapolis, he'd probably be the starting quarterback, and they'd probably be in the playoffs. But again, I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I didn't like Anthony Richardson. But what's happened is like with Carthon and Brinker, it's like, well, I mean, Levis, that was a Vrabel pick. Based off of what? If there's any reporting, it was that Vrabel was the one who didn't want him, and that was from Charles Robinson. And Paul said that, again, and I'll take Paul at his word because it's probably coming from Chad Brinker, that everybody was working together and everybody agreed to pick Levis for whatever that's worth. One texter into the text line says stability with the organization can only be achieved when the foundation is solid first. There's no point in building anything unless you have the foundation solidified. And I would agree with that. And I would agree with the idea that, again, you're going to tell me all the same things you told me this past year, which is you can't fix every hole in one off season. And here are the holes: right guard, right tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, edge, inside backer, safety, kicker, long snapper, punt returner. I can't fix all those every year. They're going to invest in injured guys. You're going to tell me that it'll work, just like you told me it would work with Julio Jones, Caleb Farley, and now L'Jarius Sneed. It won't, but you're going to tell me that. The reality here is the Titans have to rip the Band-Aid off. And people say like it'll take 2 or 3 years. I don't believe in that. Like it'll take 2 or 3 years to be a Super Bowl contender. It won't take 2 or 3 years to show signs of progress. Denver showed signs of progress last year. Now they're a playoff team. Washington is not a Super Bowl contender, but they're on the right path. Even Carolina, if you're Dave Canales, pat yourself on the back. You've shown a little something. With the Titans won 3 games this year. They beat the Dolphins, who stink. They beat the Dolphins' third-string quarterback. They beat the Patriots, who stink, by 3 points in overtime at home. And they beat the Texans in a game in which they turned the football over 3 times and they threw a pick 6. There is nothing positive to take away from this season. There is not one sign of growth. And then Callahan gets up there, and again, he's a nice enough guy, but he gets up there and starts talking about how they were competitive this year. They were 2-15 against the spread. They gave up more sacks this year than they gave up last year. And that's with Bill Callahan running the offensive line. I mean, it's like Brian Callahan was handpicked for Will Levis, and now we're just going to say, oh, well, Levis sucks. This whole idea of musical blame and everything, it's a joke. And so that's why right now, they're not in a perfect spot because they have some contracts that they're tied to and they don't have a quarterback, and it's going to be hard to find one. But right now, with the number 1 pick at the bottom of the league, a new general manager can go 6-11 next year and be okay because it'll be a sign of growth. Now is the time to hit the reset button. And who knows if they'll actually do it. 615-737-1025 here on the program. Coming up next. Again, the rumor is that Ran Carthon is out. That's, again, the rumor that we've been talking about, that we've been hearing. But are we starting to see that maybe Amy's not all in on that? We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. We are live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios on a Titans Monday, the final Titans Monday of the 2024 season, and we are awaiting the white smoke to emerge from St. Thomas Sports Park or maybe even somewhere in Houston. I don't know. But we are wondering what is next for the Titans. Brian Callahan met with the media today, and he was asked about a bunch of stuff, but he was asked about his job and Ran and Chad's job, and basically said, I'm just showing up to work until they tell me not to. Asked about Ran and Chad, said, yeah, I know everybody's talking about that, but I've just been busy meeting with players at my desk, a.k.a. I just work here. All of the chatter that I heard last night after the game was that Ran Carthon was getting fired. What I heard was Ran Carthon is going to be fired. Chad Brinker, we don't know. Brian Callahan safe. That's what I heard. And that would essentially align with what Adam Schefter reported yesterday morning on ESPN, which to me was a big eye-opener as to where this thing may head. Here's what Adam Schefter said yesterday on ESPN Sunday Countdown.
The most explosive division in all of football is the AFC South. This is where we're going to get the most activity. It's volatile right now. And Tennessee is sitting there with a 3-13 record. They're in contention for the number one overall pick. And the owner is not happy about it right now. Now, Brian Callahan was just given a start, and I think he'll be given more time. But it certainly sounds like the people in the organization are uneasy and bracing for something to happen. It doesn't sound like right now it involves Brian Callahan, but we're going to see what the owner has to say about that. We're leaning safe right now.
Okay, so the owner's not happy, but maybe not pointing the blame at Callahan. Again, I heard that and I was like, oh, baby. And it reminded me so much of last year because the local people were telling us, and Diana Rossini, oh, no, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to change anything. I'm telling you, they're not. Vrabel's safe. And then right before the last game, here came Schefter and Rappaport saying, things may not be great between Vrabel and the Titans. And here's Schefter again. Everybody's told us, hey, they're not going to make major changes. TD said it. Paul said it, because that's what the Titans were telling people, clearly. And then Adam Schefter, and I don't know where his hooks are, but he's like, she's not happy. And it made people in the organization are bracing. They are bracing for something, but probably not Callahan. And again, that aligns with what I heard last night, which was Rand's getting fired. But it hasn't happened yet. Callahan held a press conference today. Most normal people, not to say Amy fits this criteria, but most normal people would not send their head coach up there until there was a little bit of clarity. Right? Like, okay, I'm going to fire Ran Carthon. Let's do it. Right after the game, we fire him. I'll meet with the media tomorrow morning, and then, coach, you go on your way. And you start doing coach things. But not here. This is the organization where they fire a general manager and send Mike Vrabel up there to talk about it. They fire Mike Vrabel and they send the general manager who didn't fire the coach up there to talk about it. So I wouldn't read too much into that. But apparently somebody that's tracking flights says that Amy has already returned to Houston. Well, again, that would seem to bode well for Ran Carthon and or Chad Brinker and their efforts to return to be general manager and president of football operations, except that it has been reported that Amy Adams Strunk fired John Robinson over the phone. And one thing that somebody told me today, they said, when Amy's getting ready to make a move, she ices somebody out. She goes ice cold. And it happened last year with Vrabel, where Vrabel noticed that he didn't see Amy on the field before the Jacksonville game. And apparently Amy was not on the field yesterday before the game, according to Paul Kaharski, and that's a sign that Amy's icing somebody out. So we will wait. And the day that your head has to be on a swivel when it comes to the Titans is not Black Monday, but it's Tuesday. Vrabel fired on Tuesday. Robinson fired on Tuesday. Wisenhunt fired on Tuesday. I mean, it's almost like I feel like reaching out to the Predators and moving the Barry Trotz interview simply because tomorrow's Tuesday and that would align with what Amy does. But I've also heard that there is some posturing inside the organization by people who perhaps presented Rand and took Rand's side with Amy Adams Strunk that are probably trying to keep Rand in place because they don't want to be the ones that she turns to next for the blame. So it's a long-winded way of saying, I was told yesterday Rand's getting fired, but apparently Adam Schefter hinted at it. Josina Anderson had a report kind of hinting at it. But so far, we haven't had any official movement yet. And I wouldn't read too much into the coach holding a press conference. Mike Mularkey held a press conference on Sunday after they were eliminated on Saturday, and he was fired the next day. So it's always that second day with her. Let's go to Kevin, who's up next here on our program. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com at 615-737-1025. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Good.
Enjoying your show.
Good.
Hey, would you be opposed to the Titans perhaps trading down from that number one spot? Here's what I'm thinking. If they can go down a little bit, not trading completely out of the first round, but maybe trading back, getting some draft picks. You know, there's a couple of good offensive tackles out of Texas, LSU, maybe grabbing Quinn Ewers in the second round. What would be your position on that?
Well, for starters, and I appreciate your call. For starters, I think Quinn Ewers stinks. So I'm totally out on that. Okay, we got to have a couple talks about the number one pick here. Like, we got to have some just some basic talk about I am not ready to start talking about what they should do about it because I don't know who's going to be making the pick. Is it going to be a president of football operations, a head coach, and a general manager that are on the hot seat? Or is it going to be a new general manager with a vision for the future? I don't know. And I don't have any faith. If Brinker and Carthon are making the pick, I don't have any faith in that. Number two, I hear this idea of trading down a lot, where it's like they should just trade down, as if there is a flurry of teams that is just begging to take the number one pick. We don't know that yet. In fact, I'm guessing the teams that would want the number one pick, they haven't decided that yet. Like the Raiders, for instance. Like, have the Raiders decided, you know what, sell the farm to get Shedeur Sanders. We have to move up to number one to do it. I don't know. So that's something to keep in mind. Same with the Giants and other teams that may want a quarterback. I read Blake Bedingfield's article today at paulkaharski.com where he said this draft is not as good as the 2022 draft. Again, that was the draft where Trayvon Walker went number one overall. And there have been some really good players in that 22 draft, whether it's Kyle Hamilton or Aiden Hutchinson. But for the most part, once you got past about 10, that draft's not very good. And that's a concern. So you may say, well, we want more picks and but these teams that are picking fourth, they may not be desperate to make that move. The second thing is this. I think you need impact superstar players. Are there any impact superstar players in this draft? Is Travis Hunter a for sure superstar? If he is, do you pass on the for sure superstar just to get more players if they're just okay? Or would you rather have the superstar and then figure everything else out? But I'm not there yet because I don't know who's making the pick. And I have not evaluated these quarterbacks. All I can tell you is in The Athletic, there were talent evaluators who think that Shedeur Sanders would have been the sixth quarterback taken in last year's draft. Blake Bedingfield, again, says Cam Ward is a late first-round pick in a traditional draft, and Shedeur is a second-rounder. Doesn't mean it's true, but those are just some of the things that are out there. So I'm not ready to tell you what to do. Would it be great? Yeah, just trade down, get 8 picks, go ahead, draft this guy, and then go ahead and sure. But again, we don't know what the strengths and the weaknesses of the draft are. We haven't even been to the combine yet. We don't even know who's declaring. You brought up Quinn Ewers, and there's all this talk about Quinn Ewers and the idea that all these other schools are trying to give him a boatload of NIL money to play college football next year. Let's go to Evan, Who's up next here on our program? Thank you for calling and waiting. What's up, Evan?
I'm a long-time listener and a first-time caller.
Sweet.
And I would like to, pardon me?
Go ahead.
And I would like to talk about what I think the Titans should do in this draft. So I think that we need a trade down, I know, and we need to get a second-round pick and draft Will Howard as our quarterback of the future.
The kid from Ohio State?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I appreciate your call there. Again, I don't think much of him. Now, he did look good in that Sugar Bowl game, or the Rose Bowl. I'm not going to lie about that. And boy, Ian, I tell you, it broke my heart watching Oregon get spanked the way they got spanked.
I'm sure.
That being said, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to, everyone keeps talking about these college quarterbacks, and I'm like, I don't love any of these guys. Like, I don't love any of them. And again, there's a knock you can always have with all these guys. But, like, Shedeur Sanders didn't play anybody good this year. And the one game he did play, when he played somebody who was good in that bowl game, they got crushed. That kind of a red flag. Cam Ward, I think, is too nonchalant with the football. Gosh, if the Titans ever had a young quarterback who's got a lot of talent who just can't take care of the ball. Oh, yeah. That's the stuff that kind of makes me at least a little nervous. All right, more of your phone, 615-737-1025, as we continue to discuss the worst team in the NFL, the unequivocal worst team in the NFL. Stillman and Company, 102.5 The Game.
When you go into a situation like this where you have the number 1 overall pick, is there a specific quarterback that needs to really stand out in what you're looking to mold as a head coach where you could go that direction?
I know there's a lot of, and truth be told, there's a lot of smart people out there that have a jump on this process ahead of me. I haven't spent much time scouting, but I will be pouring every ounce of that into that draft class and seeing what it looks like, what those players look like, what they provide, what their strengths and weaknesses are. The other part of it that's critically important is the person. How do they function? What's their leadership style? What's their mental capacity? What's their nervous system, if you will? How do they function in the game and as a player? Those things are really important, and those don't come until we get a chance to talk to guys and bring them in and go see pro days and all that. So this process is in its infancy. It is very, 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 very early. So to make any proclamations, I think for us at this point on whether a class is good or not, I think is very premature. And we got to do our due diligence on all of the players that'll be available to us. And again, the only benefit is there's nobody in front of us. So we get to pick who we like the best, or there's also a lot of other options that go in there as well. But very early on, and there'll be a lot more time to talk about those things as we move forward.
There you go. That was Brian Callahan talking about this draft and saying, hey, I'm not ready to tell you what's good, what's bad, and different, but we'll get to work on that and figure it out one way or another. Can I pick my bone here for just a quick second, Ian, and then I'll get to kind of the really important information, or do I have to go right to the important information?
Whatever you want.
I'll save my bone to pick. So the important information is this: Blake Bedingfield at paulkarsky.com, Blake Bedingfield. And again, if you are not here to sell subscriptions to Paul's site, but I will tell you, Blake Bedingfield, I think, is incredibly insightful. This was the former director of college scouting that convinced the Titans to draft Derrick Henry. And Blake Bedingfield was asked a bevy of questions at paulkarsky.com about the draft. And he's done a lot of homework on it and a lot of research. Paul asked Blake the question, quote, how do you have Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward graded based on your film reviews? He says, quote, Cam Ward is graded as a first rounder. I would say his value is between 20 to 32. Sanders is a second rounder. He is not an immediate starter. Third is hard to say because I'm assuming Garrett Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik, and Quinn Ewers are all going back to school. I like Drew Aller, but I think he can be better than all these. But he said he's going back to school and he has the most potential to go number 1 in 2026. So again, he says Cam Ward is a first rounder, but his value is more towards the later part of the first round in a traditional draft. And he thinks Shedeur Sanders is a second rounder. For everybody out there who wants to get their hopes up about how, hey, let Rand cook. I know he's gotten them worse each of the first 2 years, but Shedeur Sanders will save this team. And the guy that begged the Titans to draft Derrick Henry, and they did, is telling you, I think he's a second rounder. How does that make you feel now? Again, I saw Aaron Rodgers. I saw the report that I think it's Ian Rappaport. Ian Rappaport doesn't know if it's pumped or stuffed, but Ian Rappaport said that Aaron Rodgers may be playing his last game, yesterday for the Jets. I'm like, Aaron Rodgers is not playing his last game. And I'm going to tell you why. Because there are not 32 people on the planet better than him right now. And somebody will need a starting quarterback, and somebody will talk themselves into Aaron Rodgers the way Pittsburgh talked themselves into Russell Wilson. I'm convinced of it. But again, I don't know who your quarterback's going to be if you don't take one of these guys, and now you got the first pick. But again, he's telling you, yeah, they're not that good. And if you take this guy, be like, well, we got to take a quarterback, take Cam Ward, and he ends up not being that good, then you're going to stink. So just keep that in mind. Let's go to Jesse, who's been waiting patiently and is up next on our program. Jesse, go ahead.
Hey, Jared. So for about 2 months, I've been on the fire everybody bandwagon. And now that we actually have the first pick and seeing the draft class, I think we can all agree, as you just said, it's not exactly strong. I don't think there's any impact game-changing players, especially a quarterback. So my question is this. Would you rather fire everybody, have a new regime, hand them a crappy team, a bad draft class, and presumably a bad free agency, and risk the newness and the excitement of a new regime having a mediocre to bad first season.
Where did the assumption that free agency is going to be bad come from?
No real that would be, in my opinion, good thing coming from this, because I don't think we're really going to get much from the draft. Like I said, I don't think there's a lot of impact players.
But I asked you about free agency. You said that they're going to have a bad free agency. Where is that assumption coming from?
No, not even an assumption. More so, question on that. Forget free agency with the new regime. So would you rather have that still, even if they do get something from free agency, probably not going to be an amazing team? Or would you still rather have Ran and Chad probably tank the draft pick, probably not do very well in free agency, going off their history, just have another terrible season, hopefully be in the running for another for number one on a better draft class? Basically, would you rather have a new regime with a mediocre team and risk them not doing very well, or stay where we are? Who cares about this draft class?
So stay where you are and for sure suck next year is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But what would you rather have? The chance that you don't suck next year, or the chance that you will for sure suck next year?
I think it all hinges on this draft class. Like, we have the number one, but like you just said, like, we need a quarterback. I don't think either of those quarterbacks are going to severely change our trajectory. Travis Hunter, I mean, unless you have someone to throw to him, I don't think that is, unless you're really just taking the best person available. I don't think he's going to be an immediate help to us.
So you want to be bad next year. You want the Titans to have a repeat of this past year.
I would rather have more to offer a new regime.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to tell you about how the NFL works. Thank you for the call, Jesse. Number one, nobody is ever going to sign up to be bad. You know, it's funny because every now and then there's a team who's in a spot where, again, there's not a lot of rebuilding that goes on in the NFL, but every now and then there's a team where it's like, hey, the coach and the GM can actually lose and it's okay. You know, Arizona last year was an example of that because Kyler Murray was hurt and it was a new regime. And so they were going to have a backup quarterback until Kyler got there. So they didn't have to win right away. They didn't have the pressure. Most of the time you have the pressure to win right away. This idea, as far as you're asking me like, well, you know, we ruined the excitement for the GM with a bad pick. 2013 is considered to be one of the worst drafts in the history of the NFL. Eric Fisher was the number one pick. He was a left tackle by the Chiefs, and he made it to the Pro Bowl. And again, like, that was a bad draft. Eric Fisher, Luke Jokel, Deion Jordan, Lane Johnson's pretty good. Ezekiel Ansah, Barkevius Mingo, Jonathan Cooper, Tavon Austin, D. Milner, Chance Warmack, DJ Fluker. Like,
gross.
Jesus. I mean, this is just a DeAndre Hopkins at 27 is probably the best player in the draft. Zach Ertz at 35, etc. The bad draft. Kansas City held the number one pick in that draft. And again, no franchise quarterback in this draft, no big-time players really in this draft until you get later in there, you know, the big-time prospects, the first sure's, the dunks. Well, if Kansas City, who held the number one pick that year, had said, you know what? This isn't a good draft. Let's not hire Andy Reid to be our coach. Let's keep our current staff in place. I think that probably would have been a mistake. So this, whatever fakakta idea you have, you want to stink next year. I'm out on that. I have no interest in being bad next year. And if it comes down the pipe, that Ran Carthon and Chad Brinker are coming back, they are going to stink next year. And I'm going to go nuts because I don't want to waste another year of my life supporting a team that sucked as bad as the Titans did this past year. But goodness, that was a take, or at least a question there. And it should also be noted, like, as we're talking about the fact that this isn't a good draft class, which is you still have to make the most of what you're dealt. And every other team has to do the same thing. Let's go to Dylan in Antioch, who's up next here on the program. Dylan, thank you for calling and thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Dylan.
Hey, Jared. Real quick on Cam Ward. Charles Robinson on Robbie and Rexford said, Will Levis is a better prospect still right now than Cam Ward. And I thought that was, that's telling. But anyway, real quick, I don't want to waste much time on this because it's not worth it. JJ Watt's got to get over this jersey thing.
Okay, not today. Dylan, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not today.
All right. I'll see you.
I appreciate your call. Not today. We are not talking about J.J. Watt and the Oiler throwbacks on a day where we're just waiting by the phone for the owner to fire the general manager. That is a call next week thing. But J.J. Watt. Who gives a rat's ass about J.J. Watt? My one quick thought on J.J. Watt is this. Every time I see a commercial with J.J. Watt, I'm like, what? Why is he a pitchman? Not so much there. 615-737-1025, more your phones. Plus, you know what? If you don't toot your own horn, nobody else will. And there's just one thing I got to say about the 2024 Tennessee Titans season. We'll get to that next. Stillman and Company right here, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love Hiller. They are great. They'll take great care of your home, and I know this because Hiller takes great care of my home. They can do the exact same for you. They've been in business since 1990, and they are family-owned and operated. And Jimmy Hiller was recently named amongst the most admired CEOs because of the way he truly cares about his team and clients. Hiller takes care of the customer on every job, every time, and that includes me. I love Hiller. They take great care of my home. They'll do the same for you. 100% satisfaction. If happy you'll be here, the service is free, and I know this because, again, I use Hiller. So learn more at happyhiller.com. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, and Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Face Truck today.
As I've said time and time again, I will never shy away from saying that I have extremely high expectations for our football team and really our entire organization. I expect us to build a team that is going to have sustained success and bring Lombardi trophies to the city of Nashville. I am confident that we have put the right pieces in place to bring that goal to life and build a future that Titan fans will be proud of.
And at the end of the day, Rand and I talk about this all the time. When you come into an organization, you identify what needs to be fixed, you hire the best before anybody else does, and you develop an obsession with winning immediately. That's what we get paid to do, is to win. So there's no, as we approach this season, we're doing everything we can to assemble a roster to allow us to compete at the highest level.
For me, personally, it goes without saying, I think we've had a hell of an offseason.
The last 2 seasons have been very disappointing. And the fans felt it. I felt it. We made changes last year, and I came to believe we needed to make a change to the coaching staff.
I am excited about what we've done, the players we've added. I think they're all, we added with Calvin Ridley and Tyler Boyd and D-Hop coming back, and Tony Pollard mixing him with Tajay Spears, and you get a chance to draft J.C. Latham, and you got year 2 for Peter Skronsky, and now you go sign Lloyd Cushenberry at the center. Like, I feel like there's some really exciting pieces that, if we can put it all together, I think we have a chance. And obviously, I believe in Will Levis. It's a large reason why I took the job, is that I think he's capable of being a really good player.
We are excited about the additions that were made during the free agency process. We were able to acquire some players, some key players at positions of needs.
And one thing that we keep talking about here as our group is hunting at the same time isn't the same as hunting together. And under Brian Callahan, we will be going out and hunting together.
With Brian Callahan, we will be hunting together, and we will be losing together. And that was just part of the offseason of toxic positivity, that every interview the Titans did, every podcast, every Mike Keith, it was, just so absurd. Just so absurd. From the day they hired Brian Callahan, every single interview they did just reeked of unbridled optimism. And I'm like, this is so much sunshine, and they don't even have a right tackle. And I never bought it. And Ian didn't buy it either. Ian's expectations for the season were 4 wins, and he got raked over the coals. They won 3. My expectations were 5 wins, and I was told, you're just a hater. Well, now we can all say, yes, it was the offseason of toxic positivity. It was bullcrap, and these guys sold you a bill of goods that were not coming to fruition. And I have to play this cut because, again, I cannot highlight for you. If I don't tell you how right I was about this year, whether it was L'Jarius Sneed's knees or whether it was the fact that Tajay Spears wasn't going to be some kind of dynamic big-time player, Skronsky at left guard, not an impact. If I didn't highlight for you how right I was, then the next time this happens where the Titans try to feed you bullcrap on a plate, you'll say, you're just a hater, No. I was right about the Titans because I smelled this from the day they fired John Robinson when they were sitting in first place. God, how far does first place feel away from me? And this takes me back to September, when, again, I looked at this team, I looked at the losing, I looked at the lack of a right tackle, I looked at Malik Willis coming in here and beating the crap out of him, and I was like, this is a train wreck, and this team stinks, and PK thought it was all PK. He's just doing this for show. This was Paul Kaharski in September of this year.
You have to restrain yourself. Some of us do it better than others. Some, like your afternoon host, are completely shtick-filled, like doom negative. And he may have had a
He's
worse.
full of shtick. Is that what you're saying?
He may have had a worse view of this team than others, but he knows that they spent
Now
a lot of money on the team, and surely he knew that it is a better team, and it is a better team than last year's team
on paper.
Yeah, and in ultimate production, it's going to be a better team. I will still say. I mean, I think it'll at least equal the 6 wins. But it's us. We need to raise our hands and say it. Some of us more than others.
It's us. It was us in the media that got everybody's hypes up. It was us. It was us. That shtick-filled guy in the afternoon who's doom and gloom saying 3 wins. The number 1 pick. And every day since they fired Vrabel, and I said I would have fired Vrabel, but I'd have fired Rand Carthon too. And I'd have hit the reset button right then and there. And I said at the time, I said, if I owned the team, I'd hire a new GM. I'd let the GM hire the coach. And I would say, you evaluate Will Levis and you decide what we need to do. Which means in my philosophy, you could have drafted Bo Nix. You could have drafted Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy. You could have drafted. You wouldn't have signed Mason Rudolph because I doubt the new guys would have been in here and said, oh, Levis is the man. Let's go get some bozo behind him. But for an entire year, I got told that I was being dramatic. I was a hater, that it was because John Robinson was some sort of sacred cow, that it whatever. And the reality was, I was right. And the unbridled optimism was wrong. The right tackle story was right. And Nicholas Petit-Frere, a.k.a.
PT,
he can do it, was wrong. And anytime somebody says something about, you just hate the Titans, I'm going to say, remember 2024 when I said, hey, you do this. I mean, and this should be a lesson for a lot of you in 2024 that doubted me. For a lot of you out there thought you could do better. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, Jared was right. He was right the whole time. Let's go to Tyler, who's up next here on our program. Thank you for calling and waiting. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, Jared, I'll make it quick. I've been hearing a lot of stuff, what to do with the pick. Should we trade out of it? But to be honest with you, I want to hear your thoughts. But I'm tired of just bad drafting and all that. So I think we have to just go Travis Hunter because I think he's a for sure NFL player. He's going to make an impact. We're still going to be garbage next year, but I'm tired of whipping on bad O-linemen. I think we just need to get Hunter a for sure starter on either side of the ball. And then also, you were talking earlier about Jarius Sneed and how we got fleeced and Calvin Ridley. Is there any way we can get out of those bad contracts? I don't really see any teams going to want those guys with the amount of money and their age, but is there any suggestions or thoughts about those two guys?
Yeah, I'll start on that one first. The answer is no. You're stuck with those guys. Thank you for the call. You're stuck with those guys for the next year. Ridley's fine. Like, he's not a star. He's not, an impact game changing. If he was so good, like if he was A.J. Brown, you would have won more than 3 games this year, but Ridley's fine. Sneed, again, I think that's what's called the Oates surgery. I think Sneed's got a bad knee, and I think they did a cartilage surgery on it, and they just don't want to tell you, because if they did, we'd all be like, you guys said his knee was okay, and now he's having knee surgery. So they lie and say it's the quad. It was a helmet to the quad. Don't blame us. The first part, again, I understand the excitement of having the first pick. I mean, my dad and I high-fived yesterday when the Bills won. And not only, when the Patriots won. And not only that, like, that's the single best thing that happened to this team this past year was that. But how can we decide what they're going to do with the pick or talk about what they should do with the pick when we don't even know who's going to be making the pick? Like, again, I was told last night, I think Rand Carthon's getting fired. So if a new GM comes in and has a 3-year plan and says, look, this first year it's going to be tough, but we're going to try our hardest to put a good team out there, but we're going to be thinking long-term, then does that change the outlook? Than it does if Rand Carthon comes back and he and Chad Brinker are like, we got to win. Do you see what I'm saying? It's hard for me to get into pick mode right now when, again, we don't know what Amy's going to do at the top of the organization. 615-737-1025. Billy, is up next here on our program. Billy, thank you for calling. Go ahead.
What do you say, Jared? I was all prepared to sing your praises, but I think you've done a really good job. So I'll say this. I've listened to your show a long time. Jared Stillman is right a bunch more times than he is wrong. So that's as far as the tooting I'll go. On the Sanders, I'm going to quickly say, hey, Sanders ain't going to work. In the NFL, you can't take 10, 12, 14 seconds to get rid of the ball. Although I'm a little disappointed that wouldn't happen because I'd like to see the circus that would come to town. And I think to a certain extent the Titans could monetize that circus. But you led right into what I was going to ask. So here's the deal. At 5:42, breaking news, Rand's out. And it's been announced that Jared Stillman is the new GM. Here's the deal. I need to know who you're going to pick, or if you can't come up with one name right now, do you trade? And if you trade that pick, what do you need? And that's what I'll listen to.
Well, I told, and I appreciate your call. What you need is a right guard, right tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, tight end, 2 edge rushers, an inside backer, a safety, a kicker, a long snapper, and a punt returner. Again, I don't I don't know how good these guys are. Like, again, that's why we talk to Trevor and we talk to these people that know college football better, and we, watch the tape, and because you guys are trade back. If there's 8 good players and you trade to 13, you're screwed. Now you don't have any good players. And you don't have any good players on the team right now. I'm not ruling out the idea of picking Travis Hunter, but I'm putting Travis Hunter at wide receiver. I'm not putting Travis Hunter at corner. I don't value corners, and the 2 best players in this draft, Hunter and the kid from Michigan, might be corners. 615-737-1025. I do have to get to the bone that I've got to pick, which we'll do. Stillman & Company, 1025 The Game.
You and Rand, you guys talk every day, as you said, but what was the involvement like for Chad Brinker? Like, how did that work?
Chad was involved in all of it. You know, um, Chad's he's scouted before for a long time. That's what he's done. His background is in personnel. It's in scouting, but he's also got unique experiences, you know, in the business side of it with his time in Green Bay, and has a really good feel for what the structure of an organization should look like. And yeah, it's really been the three of us sort of all the way along. You know, from the time I got here and all the way through the season is. We've all sort of worked on the same things, and Chad has his responsibilities, and Rand has his, and I have mine, and we all come together and try to make the, you know, whenever decisions are made or whenever we need to do something, that we're all on the same page, and we have been all year. That part's been really, really fun for me. I've enjoyed that part because I think Chad's got unique experiences, unique perspective, and so does Rand. I think they're both really unique people. I'm glad we have them.
The three of us have all been working together, hands in, team on three, 1, 2, 3, team. So if they were sitcoms, it's more like Friends, where they have 6 equally important cast members, and not like Seinfeld, where it's Jerry and then everybody else. So let me just say this, the bone I have to pick. I was told yesterday, like, Rand Carthon's getting fired. I was ready to celebrate Rand Carthon getting fired, and it hasn't happened yet, which is making me a little nervous. But then I asked, okay, well, what about Brinker? And I was told they don't know. I said, what about Callahan? They said, I think he's safe. I said, damn. Let me just say this. And again, Brian Callahan was saying, hey, Chad Brinker was right there with us lockstep every step of the way. I have no interest in getting rid of Rand Carthon if it means Chad Brinker's taking over the Titans. I either want them both gone or bring them both back to fail again so I can say, I told you for another year, so that 25 can be a repeat of 24. But I am not interested in a press release from Amy saying we thank Rand for everything. Chad's in charge now, because I think he's just as much of a dope as the other guy. Adam in Portland is up next here on our program. Thank you for calling. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I like, especially, and I won't stay on here long, man. Will Levis, I think you have a huge arm, dude, but nobody in Tennessee will ever trust you again. Jared, you were right from the preseason when you were like, hey, him and Ridley don't look right together. So that's where I want to give you props. Same thing when you were talking about hustle and efforts, and the only player that looks good is Pollard. So I'm going to give you credit for that.
Well, I appreciate it. That's all Adam wanted to do was say, hey, I want to give you credit for being honest about the football team. I will take it. I mean, you know what got me, though? Like, just reflecting on the year. It's when I was at training camp and they were taking on the Seahawks. And I was standing there on the sideline and I kind of just keep notes in my phone. And then I kind of go from there. And training camp, those practices are really hard to like do the show, because it's like, okay, the practice is at 9:00. It's over at 11:30. Then they bull crap around for a little bit. And then it's, you know, okay, here comes the first press conference and the second press conference. Now it's like 12:30. And again, 12:30 is fine if you don't have a 4-hour performance coming up at 2:00. So it's like, okay, we got to get the topics in there. We got to figure out what we're going to talk about today, break down practice. And so I'll stand there and think about like these topics on the sideline, and they're practicing the Seahawks. And I'm watching the offensive linemen get beaten the one-on-ones, PT and Skoronski. And I'm like, this isn't right. I'm like, what's going on here? And then Callahan holds a press conference, tells everybody that Skoronski's playing great, everybody's playing great. So then Joe Rexrode and all the other media cohorts run with this like, oh, they're great. And I'm like, no, they're not. I just watched it. And I remember that day that they were practicing the Seahawks, and the offense could not get a first down, like could not do anything. And that was the day that Brian Callahan said, well, it was hot outside, so come on now. And I was like, what? It's hot outside. What? But again, long story short, the reason I bring this up is because I was sitting there watching the offense not get a first down. And I'm like, you know what'll be a good topic on the show? If you fans were here at practice today and this offense were a real game, you guys would walk out of this and you'd say, Will Levis sucks. So I said it. And the amount of people that were like, Jared, it's just practice. You're just a hater. You're just a... And I just hope, I'm not expecting, but I'm hoping that going forward, we can all say, you know what? He's just telling you what it is. This is what he saw. And sometimes I'm going to be wrong. Not very often, but it does happen. But, like, I hope that we can take that forward now and say, hey, it's not Jared just looking to tear down the Titans. It's Jared watching it saying, hold on, this is a disaster for whatever that's worth. My other bone to pick, Brian Callahan today was talking about the scouting process. Ian, he says he's excited to go to all the all-star games this year and do all the scouting and get to know the players and get to watch the players and get to break down the players and get to.
Cool.
Did you hear him say that today?
I think I did. Yeah.
He's really excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to, they don't need to go to the Senior Bowl. It's a good thing they didn't go to the Senior Bowl. The Rams don't go to the Senior Bowl. What happened to that?
I don't know.
Last year, I was the bad guy because the general manager didn't go to the Senior Bowl. And I was like, what?
They're
And
putting
it
the
was like,
staff together.
no, Jared, you don't understand.
Coaching
and then
staff.
Mike, yeah, it's a great coaching staff. Mike Keith did a sit down in which they were like, Rand, it's a good thing you didn't go to the Senior Bowl. And he's like, yep, I know it's a good thing I didn't go to the Senior Bowl. Ha, ha, ha. And everybody told me I was a hater, and everybody told me I was and I'm like, no. And now it's a good thing that we're going to the All-Star games? Can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. That's my other bone I have to pick. All right, I am eagerly awaiting the news that Rand Carthon is being fired because, again, that's what I was told yesterday was going to happen. We shall see what ends up happening. Meanwhile, the Commodore Hour is coming up next. Stillman and Company. We'll get more into the number one pick tomorrow. 102.5 The Game.
Commodore Hour is on the air. Over the next hour, we'll discuss the latest around Vanderbilt athletics and hear from players, coaches, and administrators. Commodore Hour is sponsored by your Mid-South Ford dealers, where you'll find the Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 47 years straight. Go Doors. And by Gupton Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Springfield. Commodore Hour starts now. Here are your hosts, Andrew Allegretta and Kevin Ingram.
Welcome in. Great to have you with us for Commodore Hour and a chilly, frigid Monday here in the Music City. Kevin Ingram coming to you from the new Huber Center, where Vanderbilt's basketball teams have their offices and practice gyms and everything. This is a beautiful place. Coming up on today's show, we're going to visit with head coach Mark Byington from Vanderbilt men's basketball and head coach Shea Ralph from Vanderbilt women's basketball. They will be with us shortly. A few notes to get to. Our men's team wanted LSU to open up SEC play back on Saturday. 80-72 was the final. Now 13-1, 1-0 in conference play. Be back at home to play Mississippi State on Tuesday at 8 o'clock. We'll have pregame at 7:30 on 94.9 The Fan. A few notes from the game at LSU. A really strong finish after the Tigers had rallied to take the lead by 1 point. Vanderbilt led early by double figures in the first half, but A.J. Hogarth really took over the game during that stretch, had 12 of his 17 points in that key stretch, including a couple big threes, big three-point plays as well. Vanderbilt had 5 players in double figures. Jalen Carey had 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists, and what was maybe his best game of the season so far. 18 points off turnovers. Vanderbilt forced 15 of those. Offensive rebounds are really big as well. 15 offensive rebounds leading to 18 second chance points. Good bench scoring too. 40 for Vanderbilt to 8 for LSU in that department. So a lot of good numbers to look at from the Vanderbilt LSU game, and Coach Byington will talk all about it here in just a couple minutes. Women's team, tough one against number 16 Kentucky on Sunday at Memorial. 96-78 was the final. The Commodores are now 14-2, 1-1 in league play. Michaela Blakes continues to shine. Had 24 points in the game against Kentucky. Wildcats jumped in front early. They shot 54% and made 15 threes. Vanderbilt rallied in the third quarter, but never could really catch up and get over the hump there. But the Commodores will be on the road for a couple, including Ole Miss on Thursday. Vanderbilt will head down to Oxford for the first road game of SEC play. A salute to Vanderbilt's football team. Haven't talked to you since Vanderbilt won the Birmingham Bowl against Georgia Tech, 35-27. This is our first Commodore Hour show since then anyway. And by the way, we had a great time, the show that Norman and I did from Top Golf right next to the stadium. It was great to see everyone, a great turnout. Really appreciated that. 7-6 record for Clark Lee's team. Some of the team members brought the trophy over to Memorial yesterday for the basketball game. That was great stuff. But congratulations to Coach Clark Lee and the Vanderbilt program. Diego Pavia was fantastic in that bowl game, counting for 5 touchdowns. So looking forward to what's ahead and hopefully seeing that number 2 back on the field at quarterback in the 2025 season. But the Birmingham Bowl champions defeating Georgia Tech 35-27. A couple big second half turnovers helped make the difference there. For Vanderbilt baseball, set to hold Vandy Fest to celebrate the start of the new season. That's coming up later this month, January 31st at Memorial Gym. Autographs and giveaways, player introductions. We'll hear from Coach Kim Corbin. Those are always fun events. You can find tickets and all the details on Vandy Fest to start off the baseball season at VUCommodores.com. Season opens February 14th through 16th out of Phoenix at the MLB Desert Invitational. The home opener will be Tuesday, February 18th against Air Force to start off a 6-game homestand. Looking forward to baseball. It's not that far away. The weather might not feel like it, but looking forward to the baseball season, of course. And volleyball, note from that program, set to get started playing in August. Going to add transfer Cameron Chaney to the roster this spring. She was the Ivy League Player of the Year at Princeton, a 6'1" outside player. The Commodores, again, began playing in August. I know it's been a long wait for Coach Nelson in that program, but a big addition in Cameron Chaney. So congratulations, and looking forward to seeing her as part of the Vanderbilt volleyball program in year 1 later this year. When we come back, head coach Mark Byington joins us. We'll talk plenty about the big win at LSU and look forward to the game on Tuesday night against Mississippi State as we get started with Commodore Hour on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from their field.
Let's face it, there's a lot of trash talk in basketball, but the great teams let their performance do the talking. Like Ford F-150 with Pro Power on board, a class-exclusive industry-first feature that turns your truck into a mobile generator and makes the competition speechless. Ford F-150, proud sponsor of the Commodores. Greatness starts here at your Tennessee Ford dealer. Class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds, GVWR.
Hey, Commodore fans, the Holiday Inn West End Vanderbilt is your headquarters for week-long entertainment. Stop by the Commodore Grill and enjoy live music from some of Nashville's best songwriters from 6 to 10 p.m., 7 nights a week. Grab a cup of Bongo Java from our coffee bar Brew to start your morning. Brew is in the main lobby. The Holiday Inn West End Vanderbilt, just walking distance from the stadium. The game starts here.
Martin and Zerfoss believes that insurance is the foundation upon which businesses and families build their futures. For over 40 years, Martin and Zerfoss has worked with companies and individuals to build comprehensive coverage packages. Home, auto, life, health, disability, long-term care, all types of commercial, builder's risk, workers' comp, you name it. Whatever type of insurance you need, call Martin and Zerfoss. Online at martinzerfoss.com.
You're listening to the Commodore Hour. We'll be back after this local break on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us for Commodore Hour on a Monday night here in the Music City. Kevin Ingram joined by Vanderbilt men's basketball coach Mark Byington after his team opened up SEC play with a win at LSU back on Saturday, 80-72. Coach, welcome. It was a huge win for the team. What did it mean for you personally to have that first conference win?
Really don't think much about it all personally. I'm just always about doing my job and what's best for the team. And that was really good for the team. Road wins are hard. Mm-hmm. And to go in the first night, I think we're the only SEC team to win on the road. And to be able to do that, that's important. And also we're trying to build momentum for our program. And I think a lot of people are kind of waiting and watching and kind of seeing what this team is going to do. But before they fully invest and winning on the road like that in the SEC game, I think it does gather attention and hopefully gathers momentum for our program.
As far as the game itself, you called timeout with just over 8 minutes left. You mentioned that in the post game the other day. How did you feel like that settled things down when LSU had the game tied at 55?
Yeah, I just had to look in the guys' faces, and the initial look, I was about to say something else in the huddle. And then, I completely pivoted because I wanted to understand that it's supposed to be hard and it's supposed to be difficult and we're going to face adversity. And, for the first 20 minutes of the game, we didn't face a lot of it. There's some foul trouble, whatever else. But then you get to the second half and they got good players. They're going to make a run and, we got to respond. And I just wanted to understand, look, this is a part of it. It's supposed to be difficult. It's a part of it. And now we're going to be testing our response and give the guys credit. They had a good response.
How have you learned over the years in a moment like that to read the guys and read their faces and know what to try to say that pushes the right button?
Yeah, you try to get to know your team the best they can. And, sometimes, it's a comforting huddle. And then, sometimes you got to scream at them and, and sometimes it's just, strictly strategic. And, it's hard as a coach. I got to make hundreds of decisions during the day. And sometimes the best thing to do is to be able to comfort them and to be able to talk to them and not about basketball stuff, but then also just about, what the game's like and then what they're capable of.
And you have to huddle up with the assistants sometimes too and say, okay, here's, what we need to do or your thoughts on, how we approach this right here.
Yeah. I got to gather information from everything, from the game, from my assistants, and from the players. And, then I got to try to steer us in the right direction after that. And It's I got a great support staff around me. The players. We are 14 games into this, but we're still learning each other.
Yeah.
And I might be saying that 3 or 4 weeks from now still. But road games, you got to learn from each other, and you got to see what guys are like. And every game, every practice, everything, I learn more about this team. They learn more about my expectations, and I feel like we're going to get better and better along the way. Whether that's wins and losses, I don't know what that's going to be, dictated on that. But I do know we're going to get better, be a better team along the way.
What did you like about the team's poise? After LSU did rally, they took the lead briefly with under 7 minutes to go, but it felt like our guys, showed that poise you need, especially on the road to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, we had segments where our defense was great, and we were in a segment there where our defense wasn't. And, sometimes you got to battle it back. And then on offense, about 3 minutes there, we didn't execute great. And that's something we've been working on here since we got back. We didn't execute great. But AJ Hogard made some great plays.
Mm-hmm.
And, talking to the staff, good players are better than good plays. And so sometimes you need a guy just to kind of create one and be able to make one for the team.
I mean, he was remarkable in that stretch. He scored 12 of his 17 in about a 4-minute period there. I mean, how did you see him take charge and see his mentality and focus in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, he was a distributor, up until then, had some great assists, some great passes and making great plays. And then our offense was stuck. And, our movement wasn't great. We weren't executing like we were earlier in the game and even probably the first 30 minutes of the game. And so we leaned more on individual, just creating a play. And, he had a great segment there. And then also, I thought we showed poise, with the lead, being able to take care of the ball and score at the end and make them pay for pressing us. And then Jason cashing in on the free throw line. So we did a good job of that 2 minutes and under being able to finish the deal. But there was a segment there before that. Yeah, AJ was big for us.
I've always thought for years, and watch a lot of basketball, and I'm sure you'd agree, an offensive rebound on a missed free throw can make the difference in a close game. And it felt like that was one of the key plays. AJ missed that second free throw. Devin got the rebound, kicked it back out. He hit a three. I mean, that to me was really a key spot.
Yeah, it's a different version of a 4-point play.
Uh-huh.
And, 4-point swing in that game was really big. And, you kind of got to just, figure out ways to make plays throughout the game. And we do say this. It used to be my saying the two biggest plays in the game are charges and offensive rebounds. And then charges are like unicorns now. They're hard to get. And the way the game is.
Yeah.
And so you obviously, you don't even teach them that much anymore because, the way the game's being reffed and actually I support the rule. It's just harder to get. So now, I have to stick with one. The biggest play in the game is offensive rebound.
And that has changed a little bit. You talk about how officiated charges or officiated block charge. I mean, that's something that's been an emphasis, right, the last few years?
Yeah, it's positioning, and it's hard on the refs. Sometimes, you guys, getting their body square and then what's called and what's not called and game by game. It's difficult. I think they're still learning along the way on kind of like how to make it more uniform of this kind of more cut and dry. But at the same time, we know that, if you're trying to take a charge, I mean, you have to be there yesterday.
Yeah.
And to be able to get it. So if you're there, the better move is actually, we call it a jump wall or, you're positioning stuff between the basket and leaving your feet. And that's your best move there.
The defense has been so good for this team. I mean, steals and forced turnovers are great, but they don't always tell the story of how well you're playing defensively. The half-court defense in the first half, especially at LSU, was really good. How are you seeing that continue to improve for this team?
Yeah, I mean, we have some guys that take pride in it, and they try to disrupt the game. Whether people a lot of times see the steals, and they're the obvious ones, but there's also positioning. There's also, guys following the game plan and being in the right place and forcing the other team to do something they don't want to do. And so our guys are really bought into it. And it's different guys. And we talked about Tyler Tanner and Grant's on the ball defense. And then, looking back at the film, MJ Collins' defense against LSU was really a high level. And he took the challenge. They had a player that got really hot in the second half, and then AJ took the challenge of slowing them down in the second half. So, just guys buying into being able to figure out how they're going to help the team win is big. And, you're going to have to be a good defensive team, especially on the road.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this league, and I think the other day there was 6 teams in the top 15 in the country in scoring, and in the SEC. And luckily we were one of them. I think we were 15. But at the same time, I mean, it's a high-powered offensive league, and you better figure out to stop some people.
Well, go back to, you were talking about MJ Collins. How is he such a good defender? I mean, that was his reputation too when he got here, right?
Yeah, I mean, he takes the challenge. He wants to guard the other team's best player. He's athletic. He can move. He's tough. He's smart. And it is a guy who embraces, contact. He's getting hit out there in screens and multiple times. And I always like people who talk about, how basketball's not a physical sport. Sit in the first 2 rows of one of the games and then watch the level of these guys banging against each other, and this without pads. So it's very physical out there, and he embraces that.
I want to ask about a couple other guys. Let's talk about Jalen Carey. He was terrific at LSU, had 14 points and 8 rebounds. How are you seeing him continue to grow as we move through the season here? Yeah, he's had some good games. That was probably his best game. And, I think for him, it's transferring how he's practicing the games. Mm-hmm. And, he's been practicing well. I wouldn't say always, but I would say the last couple of weeks, and we're like, all right, bring it to the game. And he did that against LSU. And, I thought he had some good games down in Charleston in that tournament down there against Seton Hall in Nevada. I thought he played really well. And so we're in a position where we need him. I think he's a physical presence. If you look at him and you're like, all right, he's not 6'11", no, he's not, but he's 6'9", 265 pounds, and he's all muscle. So he is a physical presence, and he was a physical, enforcer in that game with his screening, his body, his motor. And so we need that. I mean, we're not there. We're very deep at that position, and we definitely need him to play well. Do you have to remind him of that a little bit? That, hey, man, you're big and strong. You get the right matchup. You can take him right to the rack like we saw a few times the other day. Yeah, I mean, I saw it as a freshman last year. He's one of the guys I coached at James Madison, and we would go against Michigan State, and they got these big bodies, and Wisconsin, and he would push those guys around. Mm-hmm. And this is when he was 18 years old. And so I know it's in him. And it is, so you got to kind of give a guy grace too. He's 19 years old. He's not one of these going against guys that are 22, 23. He's figuring it out, and his future's bright. And then you're going to see glimpses like you had the other day, and I can't wait for it. That's a consistent night for him. Hey, Coach Mark Byington is our guest here on Commodore Hour. We'll take a break. We'll talk about the matchup with Mississippi State as well when we come back on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield.
Picture this, the perfect summer barbecue. No stress, no responsibilities, just all your friends, burgers and hot dogs on the grill, and a delicious, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar in your hand. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Burgers sizzling, hot dogs cooking, Pepsi Zero Sugar fizzing, and a backyard of very, very happy people. Oh yeah, we could get used to this. Very, very used to this. Grilling, better with Pepsi.
This is Vanderbilt football head coach Clark Lee. In sports and in life, there are all kinds of moving experiences, and no one is better at keeping you moving than the team at Vanderbilt Health. Whether it's catching a touchdown pass, making a goal, or just walking to the mailbox, the orthopedics experts at Vanderbilt Health are here for you to keep you moving in all the right ways. To learn more, visit vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
At First Bank, we've always been Vandy fans. And as the official bank of Vanderbilt Athletics, we're also teammates helping cheer on the Doors together. We're proud to add Commodore Pride to your wallet with our official Vanderbilt debit cards. Anchor down when you pay with Vanderbilt debit cards from First Bank. When 2 historic Tennessee teams join together, you get even more ways to bank on the Doors. Bank local, get more. First Bank, member FDIC.
You're listening to the Commodore Hour. We'll be back after this local break on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield.
High
Hutton Hotel. Nashville's original boutique hotel is in the vibrant West End, just steps away from the iconic Music Row. Enjoy a stylish stay in the modern guest rooms and suites, featuring luxurious amenities, contemporary design, and thoughtful touches that reflect the spirit of Nashville. After a day of exploring Music City, unwind in your room before heading to the on-site music venue, Analog, to catch a performance or savor a meal at Evelyn's, the hotel's classic Americana-inspired restaurant. Experience the essence of Nashville and find your Nashville state of mind at Hutton Hotel.
Welcome back. We continue with Commodore Hour. Great to visit with head coach Mark Byington. The Commodores a road win against LSU to open up SEC play. Back at home to take on Mississippi State. It'll be an 8 o'clock start on Tuesday at Memorial Gym.